And here we go. Yeah. Holy Toledo. Sorry about that, guys. Didn't mean to be late tonight. I was taking a little snooze. We're live. We're back, baby. What's today, Wednesday or Thursday? Come on. Oh, I'm feeling it's Thursday, baby. Yeah, Thursday. All right. This week flew by. Let me do my hellos. What up, Templar? Stepchild, 25 minutes of my life that I'll never get back. I'm sorry, man. People get real upset with the tardiness, you know? People don't like when you're late. I don't like certain things. I don't like certain things like getting ripped off by my mechanic telling me, oh, we're going to have the part next week. That was 2 weeks ago, you asshole. I had to reorder the part, man. I don't know what happened. Yeah. Treat me like a jerk off. And I'm standing around there. The guy asks, what do you do for a living? Fuck. I have a YouTube channel. Oh, yeah, what is it, man? I'll subscribe. I'd like to help people out, man. What's your YouTube channel? I'm like, oh no. Oh. So I told him, got a few extra subscribers. And now he's going to listen to this shit, you know? When I'm out in the public, I'm a different person, you know? I come on here and I get a little wacky, you know? Just like the rest of the lunatics. I get a little wacky. I don't want people to look at me that way next time I go into that fucking mechanic shop, you know? Hey, that's the fucking nut job, that fucking blah, 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 with his shit channel. That's pretty cool, man. Yeah. Pretty fucking cool, right? Anyway, better have my part soon, man. Don't worry, I'll call you. Yeah, call me my ass. I gotta keep showing up there just to get a fucking update. How about you fucking just let me know, you know? Did you answer your text back? You know, I don't like the way you're doing business. Fuck! You're right, stepchild. And I shouldn't be cursing right now. I'm trying to monetize this video. All right, I'm sorry. I'm not getting ripped off. Everything's on the up and up. Sometimes parts just take months on end to fucking, you know, simple job, you know. I could have had done weeks ago. Yeah. God damn it. Anyway, holy Toledo, Tatone. Oh, and Tatone started off the show perfectly with one Gunsmoke the Don membership. My man. Beautiful way to start the show. Look at that. And Nico got it. All right. Shouts to Nico. What up, Georgie boy? Bet that boy done fell asleep. Shit. You ain't never lie. What else we got here? A meteor hit the bidet? Oh, well, you could say that. What up, Gay Unk? Gay Unk's in the house. I wonder if the heat wave is affecting the temperatures of Smoke's bidet water. Actually, you're right, it did. During the heat wave, I was expecting a nice, cool blast of cold water up my ass. And It was warm, lukewarm, luke fucking warm. So yes, the weather does have an effect on the bidet temperature. Shouts to my man Roger out there. Roger sent me some support earlier. Thank you, brother. Supporting this channel. Keeping this channel alive, brother. Thank you. Smoke's waiting for the negativity pills to kick in. I'm about to sip on this Red Bull, boy. We're about to get real fucking negative around here. Becky Town. Want to hear something negative? Gay Unk? I put out 2 Gunsmoke the Don YouTube shorts today. And it didn't get the views I was hoping. Not even close to normal. Let me see. One of them, I can't even believe the numbers. I'm going to have to take it down and re-upload. Yeah, I'm taking this one down and re-uploading. This is a friggin' disgrace. I don't know what happened. When I put up King Von videos, they usually do good. People like it. This is a disgrace. Let's see what I got here. Ugh. The first 9 hours and 36 minutes, 647 views. Then part 2 got 14 views in 9 hours and 9 hours and 18 minutes. And so I have to go back to the drawing board for July and figure out what new YouTube short endeavors I'm going to partake in. God damn it. Anyway, what up, Nightmare? We're gonna have a guest on in a few minutes. I'm gonna drop a link. We're gonna have a guest. No, it's not Tony Buick. I know, but we got something real good coming. All right, so you guys just sit back. Let me just figure out what else I want to say in my spiel. Starting to look at local mosques to join in preparation for our new hostile takeover of the city by our new illustrious mayor, Mahmoud Akbakmandi. And yeah, I'm not looking forward to that. Even 50 Cent says he's not looking forward to Mayor Mahmoud Abbas Mahmoudi. That this can never happen. Governor Hochul said she's not going to back this asshole up. She hopes that Curtis Sliwa will step down from the race so that Mayor Adams could run as a Republican instead of an independent loser. Be a Republican, at least have some sort of recognition for his crimes and scandals. And yeah, they're gonna put the crook up against the Intifada. That's gonna be great. Cuomo, of course, stepped down. And we're all screwed. A lot of the Democrats now are scared. They said, wow, our party's gone really friggin' batshit crazy. What are we going to do? Too late. It's too late now. You're late. You're late. You blew it. You blew it. And now your party leaders are blowing everybody. Yeah. I think the whole country's scared right about now. I told you guys weeks ago, they're gearing up to make AOC their nominee for the president in a few short years, 3.5 years from now. Okay? Guys think it's a friggin' joke. Now look what you got for mayor of New York. It can and will happen. This party has gone batshit crazy. Don't you understand? It's been taken over by Marxists and communists. Inshallah. All right? They're supporting that now. We're done. Or they're done. We're done if they ever get friggin' elected office again. Dems are sitting on their asses thinking they got the primary locked up. Oh, yeah. In New York, they do. He hasn't won yet, but if he's going up against Curtis Sliwa or any Republican, it can be Jesus Christ himself. They'll vote against him. Look at this guy. Look at this. Mike. Look at that. Did you draw that yourself? So your little Japanese anime Pokemon that you drew? What is that? You like to draw, boy? You like to do arts and crafts? You got a crayon box, boy? You good with a stencil? What is that, fucking water paint? You been finger painting, boy? Coming in here disrespecting people? Calling people names? Am I a cracker? I guess I feel like a cracker. I do feel like a cracker sometimes. And then when I stand up for the ICE deportations, they say, "Hey, Smoke, you look Spanish, man. What happens if they take you?" Shut the fuck up. All right. Oh, so I'm white when it's only convenient for you? Uh, shit. Shouts to Sven Larson, my man. Killing for Jesus. What up, Frank? Dum diddy do diddy. Oh, Diddy case is wrapping up. Diddy case is wrapping up, and I think they dropped some charges. I don't know what's going to happen with this case. He's not getting life. I don't think so. Organized sex Rico ring. I don't know. It's a far fetch. I don't know. I can't see it. He gets 30 to life. I'll be surprised. Why this wigger talking politics? Look at this one. Why this wigger talking politics, y'all? Go watch MSNBC where you. I think Rachel Maddow is on right now. Go ahead and watch that. Or the 11th hour with Chris O'Donnell, some shit. That fucking weirdo. Go watch that. Huh? Mike, boy. Is there a way to find out what's being most searched currently on YouTube? You find that out and just do shorts and yeah, I know it's fucking weirdo shit. I gotta look into that, but I'm sure it's a whole bunch of like Korean pop stuff and cutting cucumbers and I don't know. It's not my bag. Now we're celebrating the hood now? Hood Day, huh? Celebrating fucking drug dealing and murder. And gang banging. How nice. I wouldn't be surprised, fucking Sleepy Joe, he'll make it a holiday and everything. All right. Is there a way to find out what's, I already read that. Fuck me. Gunsmoke chat. What up, Carmine, my man? You're just stopping by to say hello. Oh, he needs his rest. All right, get your rest. All right, you better watch the replay. I think I cursed too many times. It's going members only, maybe. Angel Gotti is blocking your car part deliveries. Yeah. I don't want to, yeah, maybe. The guy said he knew a lot of guys. When I brought up the YouTube channel, he said, "Oh, my mechanic, he's married to so and so at Hot 97, and She used to work at BET, and this, blah. He knows Funkmaster Flex, and he knows Fabulous, and he knows this, and you know, do you like Gorilla Mims? Gorilla Mims, he could get you. He could get you an interview with Gorilla Mims. I'm like, oh shit. I'm like, can we just get my car part in? You know, can we just fix that? Can I get the hell out of here? Can I stop having to fucking chase you down for fucking 2.5 weeks to get a fucking simple fucking car part that I could have had done 2.5 weeks ago? But she probably is. I didn't want to ask him, because he asked me what's your channel about. I said, hip hop, the mafia. We do a little comedy in between. When he was, and then he was talking about the mafia, and then he was, oh, I know a guy. His father-in-law was, they called him Fat something, Fat Sal. Yeah, Fat Tony Salerno, maybe. He's like, I knew a Salerno. I'm like, yeah. Where's my fucking car part? Need a baby. My crib homie just coming here like, what's up, cuh? Yeah, on 40s, I'm tripping. Off the bat, cuh. P. Diddy gonna be P. Diddler in the joint? That's what you think. Motherfuckers out here getting away with murder and shit. He'd be alright. Anyway, I'm gonna drop a link for the one and only Howie. We haven't seen him around here in a while. I think Howie has a few things to say. I know you guys all miss Howie, so we're going to bring him on for your listening pleasure. And we're going to have a nice conversation. And don't forget, you sit up straight, you say hello. Don't be rude in this chat. We're not rude around here. Everybody must say hello. Here he is, my man. What up, Howie?
What's up, Smoke?
What's going on?
Hello, everyone in the chat. What's going on? I hear you ranting about shit.
Yeah, I have to do my little opening spiel. Hold on, I hear
Yeah,
myself in the background. I hear feedback.
it ain't for me.
God damn it. Oh, no, hold on. It's gone now. All right. It's not you.
Nah, I'm pretty good like that.
Yeah.
You hear me all right?
Yeah, I hear you perfect. Yeah.
Sometimes I think when I listen back, sometimes I sound low. But what's going on? Been seeing a lot of funny shit going on.
In this crazy community, you mean?
Yeah. You want to hear something crazy? I
What?
saw a show popped up in my feed. Some black guy show. I forgot the name, Coach something, and he was doing an interview with Nadu, and the title said uh, he went up against the mafia and survived. No, he went against the mafia and survived, something like that.
Yeah, when he went down to the cheesesteak factory, he
Yeah,
survived.
he's a funny motherfucker, boy. He's a
Hmm.
fucking liar too.
That's going to be his
Her-
book,
Yeah.
How I Survived the Mafia. The true story.
Yeah, I watched his show today, and he said he only likes black girls. He don't like white girls.
Yeah, he's got a point.
What wasn't his last girlfriend white?
Was she? Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
maybe.
yeah. He said it's funny. I only like black girls, but his new girlfriend was white.
Well, he could like him and shit in the other hand and see what fills up first. But yeah, no, it's not easy to snag a black girl for some people. You can want it all you want, but if you're gonna get it, that's another question.
Yeah,
Shit.
I'm still mad that I had forgot all about it. I forgot that Dominic Creer comment that he made. You know, and
Um,
not
refresh my
yeah,
memory.
saying that Dominic Creer was right about all us rats.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Dominic
and
Cree is right. Yeah. I
yeah, 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 yeah. Now he's now according to him, like all the cooperators are bad guys. They're scumbags.
Was that when Gene pissed him off? Was that after
Uh,
that?
what about the Dominic Creer?
Yeah. Is that when he started agreeing with Dominic Cree after Gene pissed him off with that whole fucking thing, that beef they
No,
had?
I don't think so. I think that was after when we started talking about him.
Oh, because something caused him to say that.
Yeah, yeah. I think that wasn't that far back.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a fucking bullshit artist. He's a liar too. I knew he was a weasel right from the beginning, and because when I first tried to get in touch with Frankie, he had shouted out his email address on his show, so I got in touch with him to get in touch with Frankie, and that was at the time when I liked FBS's show, and I remember him doing a show on Mike DeBella saying that he was a fraud, and FBS had a show scheduled for that Mike DeBella was coming on later on that evening.
Yeah.
So when that happened, I thought it was a weasel move, and I told FBS I thought it was a weasel move, and that's why I didn't do the interview with him right away. A few months went by until I did the interview because he just kept asking.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah.
I knew it
Yeah.
was a weasel from way back then. And Jeff, this is all I've been hearing about the shit you've been saying behind the scenes, and obviously the shit that you say on YouTube. He did it. He did it. What's funny, right? Is that all the informants, cooperators, rats, whatever you want to call them? That's what he built his show on, interviewing them.
Yeah.
But now I guess because he's basically interviewed everyone so far. Now we're scumbags. We're no good because we
Yeah.
disagree. Because we disagreed with him. You know.
Yeah. Some people can't handle that when you disagree with them. They got to be right. You know.
Oh, forget about it. He's still even today. He's still saying, mentioning the people that didn't agree with him. He's still saying, "I still stand Gene Gotti is the boss, and he's mad at Renzo Menino, and blah blah blah." Hey, you know what? You keep saying it long enough, it can come into fruition.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, for sure.
If the guy decided to get back involved with the life, of course he's going to get a fucking eventually get a position. You know.
Yeah.
Um,
So I'm in deep shit. If that guy becomes the boss, one word, one phone call she makes, and I'm done. Yeah.
he's not even talking to them.
What about Christmas time? Maybe sees him once a year. I hope not. But yeah,
If he talks to his nephew, then he can't be no boss.
that's a violation, right?
Of course it is.
Even though it's his own nephew,
Yeah.
it's a flagrant violation. What up, Pete? Vegas Pete boy. But let me
What's
see.
up, Pete?
Let me
What
check.
happened?
Let me check out the dude's channel. See what's going on over there.
Oh
He had
yeah, he
some
did
headline today.
Yeah, I forgot what. Oh, he was talking about some guy that Joey Molino called a rat without the paperwork. He made a big yo. You know what? Matter of fact, Nadu made a big deal that Joey Molino called this guy a rat, and there's no, and Nadu couldn't find any paperwork on the guy, and you shouldn't fucking call anybody a rat without the paperwork. But meanwhile, I remember him calling Fish a rat and saying that he's got 302s on him. Where's that paperwork, Jeff?
Yeah, that should have came out.
Yeah, you know, you want to call out Joey Molino for not having paperwork on the guy and call him a rat, but meanwhile you did the same thing.
So, but I thought he was cool with Joey Merlino. So now, is he
I
saying,
don't.
yeah,
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I mean. I don't think Joey Molino's going to be happy about what he said today.
no, Snuff's gonna be
Some
talking a whole gang of shit.
Yeah, and what's funny is the guy that they call the rat. He's also a cheesesteak guy and a pizzeria. It's supposed to be a good pizzeria too.
Are we talking about this Lutz guy? The
No,
guy? Oh, there's a guy over there.
no, it's some guy named Dominic something, and he's got a place out there that has a good Philly cheesesteak, and they also make a good pizza, according to they do.
Yeah, it's hard to find good pizza around here.
And
Uh, yeah.
what's fun? Another thing that's funny, right? He did an interview with a guy, um, uh, some guy that just come. I don't know when he came out of prison, but he did some time in a few places, and he did some time in Fort Dix. And Jeff asked him a question, like, would he have any problems in jail? Uh, but before he asked that guy that question, they started talking about how like these guys like when you mention their name, and some of them have allegedly sent pictures out so for people to post pictures, uh, you know, about them and talk about them, and they like it, and they'll probably welcome him with open arms. And what about the fucking people that you called fucking blowjobs, and you fucking the bosses that you made fun of for doing whatever it was, or
And the mob
because
ain't shit. Yeah.
Peter Pasta was supposed to be a captain, and you made fun of Mikey Nose. Yeah, and the best part is the kid just said that Fort Dix is a real political place because there's a lot of wise guys there. So now I don't give a fuck if all of the wise guys there like your show. They're not gonna fucking say it out loud, and they're not gonna fucking welcome you with open arms. Okay, because technically in street guys' eyes, you're a fucking rat because you're a fucking journalist. Okay, it's a violation to even speak to a journalist. So, what makes you think you're going to be welcomed in Fort Dix, one of the most political places, with open arms and sit at the table with wise guys?
Yeah. You could dream. Yeah. uh, yeah, that's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
happening.
But you
He
know
better
what?
keep
I
his
mean,
head low.
the guy said, that that he probably won't have a hard time because guys watch his show and stuff, but I could tell the guy was just trying to be nice. That's because he doesn't know what a little prick Jeff is. So of course he's gonna say, "Yeah, you'll be all right." Yeah, I like to see that happen. Him show up at Fort Dix and them welcome him with open arms. Yeah, maybe there might be some guys like deep down inside might like his show, but they're not gonna fucking say that out loud because even if there's one guy that don't like him, they're all gonna stand behind that one guy
Yeah.
for the most part. Then he tells the guy, what's Fort Dix, like a summer camp?
Yeah.
He says,
Summer camp.
or is it like the army?
Shit. Oh, they
Because the
gonna
guy,
discipline. Yeah.
yeah, because the guy was saying that Fort Dix was really sweet and easy place to do time, and it is. Fort Dix is a good place. That
Still a prison. Yeah.
yeah, of course. The only difference between Fort Dix and a lot of other places, it's there's a fence around it, and you sleep in rooms instead of cells. But
I'd
it's
rather have the cell.
yeah, right, more private. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, and Fort Dix, after a certain time, it's open compound, and you can walk freely anywhere you want. But it's still like you're in the projects. The difference between Fort Dix and a lot of other places is in Fort Dix, there's a lot of street guys there, a lot of wise guys too.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it's still prison. You fuck around, you're gonna get hit up.
yeah,
Yeah.
listen, you as long as you mind your business, you're not going to get into. You know who you're going to get into problems with? The very people that you hang out with,
Yeah.
because of all of the fucking politics, all of the washwoman bullshit. People get bored and they just start fucking arguing with each other. That's all that's going to happen. Unless you're disrespectful to another race, they're not going to fucking just out and out disrespect you.
Yeah.
But but yeah, you trust me, I seen it happen. I seen fucking Skinny Dom and Johnny Bino have a fight. Skinny Dom had him by his throat in the bathroom. Um, I almost got into a fight with Frankie Cat. Uh, we were about to go to the bathroom. He's like fucking 6'4". I'm 5'7". Uh, but everyone got in between us, and then when I was playing with cards later on, usually Skinny Dom, what else? What's going on the compound? So I said, yeah, I got into an argument with Frankie Cat today, and I told him what happened. He says that motherfucker invited you into the bathroom, and then he just got up. He started walking, so I started walking with him, and when we got to where Frankie Cat was, he says, "Hey Frankie, come into the bathroom." So Frankie came into the bathroom, and Skinny Dom put a fucking toothpick to his throat.
Oh
And
shit.
yeah, Frankie Cat said, Dom, I was just coming to apologize to him. I was just coming to apologize to him.
He put a toothpick to his throat.
Yeah. And then there was this other kid
Yeah.
that I happened to like, and kind of caught me off guard. I guess he got mad about what happened with Frankie Cat,
Yeah.
and he mouthed off to me by the visiting room. And you can't you get into a fight by the visiting room, you're done. You're done. So I was going to the gym to work out, but I was so fucking mad I left the gym early. So as I'm walking back to my unit, um, he's walking back from talking to Dom. So he gets like 10, 15 feet away from me and he extends his hand out to apologize to me and shake my hand. After he just, you know, had a few choice words to say because of what happened with his
With the cat.
friend Frankie. Yeah.
Yeah.
See, what happened was is it looked like to everyone else like I went to Dom for help, but that's not the way. That's not what happened. I just told him what happened, and the fucking guy went nuts and just took off to go look for Frankie Cat. And anyway, so he apologized, and I found out later on. Dom told him, you got a problem now. He said he's probably looking to stab you now.
Yeah.
So yeah, he apologized.
That's jail, man. It's all about respect and minding your business.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but you you know, eh, like like the guys who support him will tell you one story, and then there's the true story, you know.
Yeah,
Um, but yeah, listen, Fort Dix is a great place to do time because for the most part everyone minds their business. But that doesn't mean that fucking. And you know what? It all a prison. If a prison is let's say you do 5 years, 2 3 years in Fort Dix, and it's laxed, right? That can change at any moment. It's all a matter of who's actually there. You get a couple of troublemakers come on to the fucking, uh, you know, get transferred to Fort Dix. They can fucking stir up a whole bunch of fucking bullshit, and a lot of problems can happen. It's all about how the people are during the time that you're there, you
yeah,
know, because if you're at a place where everyone's a knucklehead, then you're going to deal with knucklehead shit. But if you're at a place where everyone's just doing their bid like, you know, men,
yeah,
and you'll do a good bid. Fort Dix was good. They had a bocce court, they had a track, they had a weight room, they had a baseball field. You know, you don't want to fuck up in places like that, you know, because then they send you to the hole, and the hole is like you know, a jail within jail.
yeah. Or they got a lockdown, right? Or they lock everything down. Nobody could go out there,
Yeah, depending
and
on how serious the
yeah,
thing is, you know. Somebody gets stabbed, yeah, the unit's gonna get locked down, and it's gonna cause problems for everyone. So,
yeah,
you know. But there's no shot that there's not gonna be one person that's gonna confront him if he ever showed up at Fort Dix. You know, if he shows up to a place where there's only a fucking handful of guys there, yeah, he might have a chance. Not in Fort Dix where there's fucking 30, 40 of them there.
and if they're too nice when he gets there, I'd be suspicious. You know, when he walks in with the fucking pillow and the blanket and the roll of toilet paper, and they're like, "Hey,
And
kid, I'm gonna give you a newspaper, kid. I'm gonna give you the coffee, kid," and then they push up on you. You know,
yeah, you know, and in Fort Dix, everybody handled their problems in the bathroom. You know, like nobody got COs involved. If you had a problem, you went to the bathroom, you duked it out, and that was it. You know, if you stab somebody, yeah, of course the COs are gonna find out about it. If you're on the fucking, if you get into a fight in the middle of the compound in the mess hall or something, yeah, then it's gonna be a problem. You go in the bathroom, you do what you gotta do, win, lose, or draw. They go, they go their way, you go your way, and that's it. Nobody hears about it. Um, that's the way it was when I was there.
some of these COs are foul, man. I saw a video on Instagram where they were like, there was like I guess a security camera in the prison, and it looked like it was a cell with like a lot of people in there. One of those big ass holding cells, and they had this big guy in there, and he was fucking somebody up. He was chasing him around, and then he caught him in the corner and beat his ass right in front of the cell, like the bars and shit. And the COs are just walking by. The COs don't even turn their head because they know they're on camera. They just keep walking like nothing's happening. Like,
Yeah, good because it's fucking it's every day. You know, like sometimes, like especially back in the day, it was like, you know, every day something was going on. You know, like it's just like like EMS workers. You know, like when they show up to a scene, a person could be dying on the ground. You don't see them like they're still calm and doing their job. Like they're not fucking running around freaking out because the guy's dying.
yeah,
They'll just start doing what they need to do calmly. And when I was in the Queen's house, I was working in the uh, down in intake when you don't get bail, or after you see the judge, you go through the intake downstairs in the bottom floor. And I was working, just sweeping up the floor. This was when OJ was in the Bronco driving, and they were following him.
yeah,
And this old guy, he had jewelry on or something, and one of the guys in the holding cell fucking yoked him up, put him to sleep, and took all his jewelry. And when he woke up, he was yelling, "CO, CO, CO."
Yeah,
Yeah, right there in front of it, right. And if you, I mean, the way it's set up down there, I mean, the COs sit by a desk. There's a couple of desks, literally like maybe 8 feet away from the cells. You know,
yeah,
and these motherfuckers, they don't care. They'll do whatever they want to do.
yeah, yeah. I'm staying out of prison, man. That's why I don't go to prison. I don't want to deal with that shit.
Yeah. Then
Sounds like
then
hell.
then he made a comment. Uh, well, you did your time like a man. You could look at yourself in the mirror and you know, like basically, like you can show your face in your own neighborhood. You still got your respect and whatnot. Meanwhile, the
Yeah,
guy got, I think he did 5 years. Um, yeah, and
he's been.
let me tell you, I don't give a fuck what anybody says. Rats or no rats. The only difference between a rat and a fucking active guy is the fucking rat cooperated. Other than that, there's no fucking difference. Okay, and for the most part, 99% of the time, when you bump into someone, they're still gonna respect you. The only time they'll disrespect you is behind your back. They won't do it to your face.
Because they remember the original you. These guys that hear
Of
about you, they
course,
only know the post mafia you. You know.
yeah. I don't listen. I can go live wherever the fuck I want. I can go back to fucking New York. I go back to New York, I'm gonna wind up in prison. I know that. I know that for a fact. Because as soon as the first guy that comes near me or threatens me, I'm gonna fucking stab him in his face, and
Yeah,
then I'm gonna wind up getting locked up for that. So why would I want to put myself in that position just to be able to say I'm not scared? I walk around in my own neighborhood. Meanwhile, the guy's fucking standing by an old pizzeria, and the fucking whole neighborhood's Chinese
that's true. Yeah,
now.
and to be honest, man, I think for the most part, I don't think anybody would bother you, man. There's always that possibility for sure, but
Yeah, they might
for the
yell
most
shit.
part,
They might
yeah,
yell shit from a distance, like what they did to Gene Barello. But you
yeah,
didn't see anybody walk up to him.
yeah,
They yelled from a distance, but they didn't fucking do anything.
yeah. It was a big shouting match. Yeah,
They're all full of shit. Yeah, and what was the fucking? Yeah, I mean, listen. For the most part, you know how many people I fucking uh got trying to reach out, just to say hello. You're yeah, okay. You may lose respect from the higher ups, and, you may lose respect, but they're not gonna fucking say anything to your face. And you know what? If they were your friend before you cooperated, they're still gonna be your friend.
yeah,
And I learned that. That's been my experience. I thought that was it. Nobody would ever talk to me again. It ain't like that at all.
yeah. No, that happens in the hip hop community too. Recently, there's like these rappers, they're gang members, and they have friends who cooperated, and they still talk to them, and everybody knows the guy cooperated, but he says it's okay because it was his friend. So
Right.
I get it. I understand that.
Listen, you know what it is, Smoke? These guys, they don't care. They don't care. As long as you didn't write on them, they don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? That's the way
Yeah,
they look at it. Like if they see a rat walking down the street and that rat didn't fucking do anything to them, they're just gonna keep walking. You understand? And
yeah,
even the guys that you did that you did do something to, you know, there's like a 70% chance that they're going to keep walking too. Um, but it is what it is.
Do you remember that documentary with Mikey Scars was in it? Was in the back seat of a SUV, and
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
they're driving through Little Italy, and they see those two, I guess, Lucchese guys, Banano guys. I don't know.
yeah, 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 yeah. He got scared.
Yeah. And he said that if they saw me, they would have had to do something. They can't go back to their guys and said, "Hey, we just saw Mikey Scars and we did nothing." You know?
Well, that's why I said 70%.
Yeah, yeah,
You
yeah.
know, and and now and there was two of them. So now, what I'm saying? Like, but if they were by themselves, they ain't saying nothing. They'll just
Oh yeah,
fucking
yeah. I doubt
they'll
it. Yeah,
make believe they don't see you.
yeah.
Um, and besides, he was in the car. What were they gonna do? Fucking run over to the car? They would have been like, "Was that fucking Mikey Scars?" They wouldn't did nothing.
Yeah,
But that's the way it's supposed to be. But hey, that's you know, I didn't have to become a fucking rat to be in jeopardy of fucking seeing two people that don't like me
yeah,
and might want to fucking do something to me. I lived that every day when I wasn't a rat.
yeah. There's no difference.
But yeah, this guy's got some fucking balls. He's been acting pretty fucking ballsy lately. This fucking dude,
Oh.
fucking talking about not um, some. I was reading comments on the show, and somebody mentioned something about Dominic Sicali, and the dude replied, "Fuck him, he's a rat."
Well, yeah. I mean, Dom's been breaking his balls for the past couple of weeks, so I see why he would say that. But yeah,
Yeah, but and
but
but
it's
if
like
fucking
coming from him. Yeah,
if he sees Dom in fucking person, he's gonna fucking shit his pants.
what's up now? Yeah, I could see that.
See
Dom's a
that?
big guy. The guy Dom's a big guy. Yeah.
Yeah, he
What's
called
up now, Ladul?
Dom calls him short stack.
What's up there, short stack? Short stack. He was born with a pizza in his hand.
Yeah. Hey, I've been watching Gene Borello's show. It's
Yeah.
fucking hilarious. And today he was talking about this guy Vinny Minio, and who got 20 years. There was a home invasion, and guy's son got killed, and this kid that owned the phone store was involved in the home invasion. They didn't go there. They hired some black guys to do the job, and the guy got killed inside. I was actually a suspect in that case because both of those guys came to me and asked me if I wanted to do the job, and for a while they thought it was me that killed the guy. And
Yeah.
the reason why I know that is because I was cooperating at the time, and the feds came to me and asked me if I had anything to do with that. And there's an article that says that I was suspected of that. It just was. I hadn't thought about that kid in a long time. He wound up getting 20 years. He was like a harmless kid. He was just jammed up, uh, gambling and borrowing money from people, and he was looking to give people scores so he can make some money and I guess support his habit.
So he killed the guy in the home
No,
invasion.
no. The black guys killed the guy. The guy was a cop.
Yeah.
The guy's son was a cop, and they killed a cop.
Oh
And
shit.
yeah, and what happened is the home invasion went bad, and they killed the guy. But the tip came from Vinny Minio and this kid Frank Lacourt, who I knew from. He had a phone store, and I used to sell swag to him. And he had offered me to do that job, and Vinny Minio, but in two separate occasions. Uh, but nah, I didn't do it. It was a neighborhood pizza guy. I wasn't going to do that.
What was the tip though?
Romeo's Pizza.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you Google Romeo's Pizza, you'll see the article.
What was the tip though? What they say the guy had?
He
What were
said
they
he had
looking
a,
for?
bunch of cash
In
inside.
a
It
safe?
was like
Yeah.
400,000 or something.
Oh shit. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, but you know what? Yeah, these guys. You know, that one kid, Vinny, I knew he was desperate because he owed everybody money. You know, and it's nothing for them to say, yeah, yeah, it's 400,000 or whatever it was, uh, whatever amount it is. You know, because they're not the ones going in there to do it.
Yeah.
You know, and you know, was a neighborhood guy. Um, I don't know. I just passed on it. You know, there's no guarantee the money's there, and the guy's a neighborhood guy, and you know, just I didn't really like. I wasn't, you know, I didn't like doing stick ups in my own neighborhood.
Yeah. And you would have had to split the money a bunch of ways, right? So what would you get out of that? 50 grand, maybe?
Well, if I did the job with three guys, we'd split it
Oh,
four.
with three. Yeah.
No, we'd split it four ways.
Yeah.
The person who gives you the tip, and the, you know, the three guys who did the job.
The guy who gives you the tip gets an equal amount, even though he's not going in.
Well, he thinks he's getting an equal
Yeah.
amount. I know if I give somebody a tip, I want an equal amount. You know, sometimes you make a deal with a guy, and you know, just say you'll give him 10% or something like that.
Yeah.
But it all depends on who you get the tip from. You know, I try. Oh, you know what? I did try to fucking rob a guy from the neighborhood. Uh, I tried to rob the guy Sandro. He was a maid guy with the bananas. If he would have answered his door, he would have got robbed. He didn't answer the door, but yeah,
What'd you
Tony
have?
Muscatello, the wise guy who talked that shit about me. His cousin, you know, told me that every day Sandro emptied out his machines, and his cafe was directly across the street from his apartment. Then every day that he emptied out the machines, he just brought it back to his apartment. So I went there with a friend of mine. We were knocking on the door, and then I saw the girl looking out the window of the cafe. He must have called them and said, "Hey, who's by my door?" And we had to walk away.
He was telling people he was taking money across the street, or he was being
No,
observed.
he watched them.
They
Take,
watched him. Yeah.
yeah,
All right.
yeah.
Damn, what an easy mark he was, huh?
I almost did the job by myself.
Yeah.
I sat on him one night by myself. Uh, he didn't. I don't know where the fuck he was. He never showed up. I don't know if he was in his apartment or out. But so then I decided to let me take someone else with me. You know, being sometimes being too ballsy isn't smart. So I'm smart.
Yeah. You go off half cocked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah. So I called up a friend of mine, and you know we went together, but he didn't come to the door. Otherwise, we would have robbed fucking. I think he was a captain at the time too. But
So
he said he was such a fucking schmuck. It would,
yeah.
you know, Frankie knows who he is.
So when he opens up the door, do you push in the door, or do you just point a gun to his face and then let him fucking back up a little bit so you know.
Well, you put your fucking body up against the door and put the gun to his face. Yeah,
Yeah.
you know, you don't. You're not gonna let him slam on the fucking. Uh, I actually did an armed robbery, and Gene Burrell's cousin, Johnny Boy, the one who got killed by Vito Guzzo, he used to always ask me when I was going to put him on a score. So I took him that day. And we fucking wind up barreling through the door and tackling the guy on the floor.
Yeah. So what? One guy's holding his legs, and you're fucking
No, 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 no. Once we tackled him on the floor,
yeah,
he wasn't struggling anymore.
yeah, yeah. He's cooperating.
Um, yeah. I think we we overreacted. Well, he started fucking tackling the guy, so I had to help him. So
Yeah.
maybe he got too nerved up and fucking tackled the guy.
What do you tell the guy? Don't turn this into a fucking homicide. You know? What do you tell him?
Yeah, most of the time, just cooperate and you won't get hurt.
Yeah. I'm sure Gene said that a few times.
Yeah, you don't. But I mean, because you don't want to hurt. You know, I mean, for me, for the most, I don't like fucking get kicks out of hurting somebody. If you know what I'm saying,
Yeah.
for no reason during a robbery, especially. You get more fucking what's that expression? You get more with honey than you do with
Salt or some shit?
yeah, something like
Yeah.
that.
That's true.
Yeah, I did. I thought he was fucking around with opening up the safe, and I did tap him on the head with the gun a couple times. You
Yeah.
know, not hard, but just to let him know that come on,
Stop fucking
fucking
around.
around. Yeah.
Yeah. Stupid people, man. They just don't want to give it up, man.
No, I just think he was too nervous.
Yeah. Like snap out of it, you stupid fuck. Yeah.
Yeah. Twice, two fucking times, two robberies that I did. The fucking people fucking, I don't know if they were shitting in their pants or farting or whatever. But that guy and this fucking big black drug dealer guy that we robbed, they were both fucking farting like crazy.
Oh yeah, they were having a fucking mental breakdown.
Yeah, the nerves. Yeah, that fucking that black guy was he lived in the in this building on Hillside Avenue. Uh,
And what? Hillside and what?
it's like when if you're like driving from like Queens up Hillside, there
Yeah.
comes like a fork in the road and there's a big building in the middle there.
Uh, you're
Like
probably
it's
talking
like
about way on the other side.
yeah, more like going towards like Jamaica.
Yeah, like Jamaica Estates, like I don't know, what is that, 188 over there, or some
Yeah,
shit?
something like
Hillside?
that. It was like one something.
Yeah.
Yeah. So my friend had he knew the door guy, and the door guy gave us the keys to an empty apartment where we can see the parking lot. So we all dressed up as cops, and we're in the apartment looking at the parking lot from the window, and we were able to see the guy pull up, park his car, get out. He had some groceries in his hands, so we went out and waited by the elevator because we knew which elevator he's. There was only one elevator, so he had to get out on his floor. So when the elevator opened up, we did the whole cop routine: turn around, put your hands behind your back, cuffed him, and then we walked him to his apartment.
Damn.
Yeah.
Where'd you get the cop uniforms from? Those cop
Well, we
stores?
just wore blue windbreakers with fake badges around our necks.
It says police on the back, or no? It's just blue.
No,
Blue.
no,
Oh,
no.
so you guys
Just
look like undercovers.
yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Damn.
this shit happens so fast. They don't have time to examine your uniform.
So it's that easy to get caught out there, huh? It's that easy. You
Yeah,
got guys in on you.
I did a couple of scores dressed in a suit, making like we were like detectives.
Damn.
You
That's
know,
like
like
yeah,
sometimes if they look out the window, they see two guys with suits on. They're not thinking they're coming to rob them.
yeah.
And then another time we did the flower routine, and yeah,
What's that?
make like it's a flower delivery.
Where you get the flowers from? You go to the fucking store, get some flowers, and just
I don't I was never on flower duty, but I guess my partner got them from somewhere.
yeah.
Just
Who,
showed up
I
that
wonder
day with the
yeah,
flowers.
who came up with that idea?
What, that idea?
Yeah.
That's the oldest idea in the
Well,
book.
yeah.
Yeah, it's so old. Like, I'm surprised it still works. But
If
you
it
know
ain't
what it
broke,
is?
don't
Is
fix it. Yeah.
yeah, people, they don't expect it.
Yeah.
It's
They do it with UPS now. A lot of guys dress up like they're UPS. And they try to break into people's homes and
yeah,
shit.
yeah, that too. Yeah, I never did anything like that, but yeah, and,
Shit.
and but I was younger then, and when you're younger, you don't have any fucking conscience.
No,
At
you just
least
don't
I,
give a
at
fuck.
least, at least I didn't. Like even when I was younger, I had no problem fucking watching two dogs fight. I mean, I never made my dogs fight, but I've seen dogs fight, and I never had a problem with it. But
For money?
huh?
They were fighting for money, like guys. They had the dog fighting in the
They
backyard and
they
shit, or the basement.
they they weren't even fucking fighting for money. They were just fucking fighting for bragging rights. And
Shit.
but then now that I'm older, I can't watch that.
That was a
I
big
have,
thing in the '90s and the '80s.
yeah,
Motherfuckers
yeah,
doing the dog fighting shit.
yeah, yeah. And
Brooklyn. Yeah.
when you're young, like I said, you just don't have any fucking conscience. You don't think the same way.
Nah. And you
Now I
think you're gonna live
fucking
forever?
yeah. Now when I lost my dog, it felt like I lost my son.
Yeah, they're like a part. They're like a member of your family. Like your
Yeah,
child almost.
yeah. I was driving down this road one day, and I saw a fucking like a white Shih Tzu type of dog get hit by a car.
Ah,
So I made a U-turn, and I pulled up, and the dog was laying there, and the dog took his like last breaths in front of me. I called up animal control to come pick him up, and I fucking felt like shit for 2 days
yeah,
seeing that.
yeah.
Yeah, I
No
mean,
dog. Yeah.
I feel worse for dogs than I do for humans.
Yeah. I mean, look, dogs are innocent little creatures. I think they have the mentality of a 7-year-old or a 5-year-old
Oh, they say
and
it's a 2-year old. I would say
3-year-old.
maybe it's like a 3-year old.
So, and they're very
And
loyal and affectionate. You know.
yeah, I mean, there's like videos out there proving that dogs actually think.
Yeah. No, they're
You
very
know,
smart. These dogs.
yeah,
Yeah.
and obviously there's breeds that are smarter than other breeds. Um, and a lot like even like pit bulls. Now they have the bullies, which is like a pit bull mix, and like a lot of these large, pit bull looking breeds, they're actually great fucking pets. Like the American Staffordshire Terrier is the AKC recognized. It's like a more muscular pit bull, and it's recognized by the AKC as the American Staffordshire Terrier. They're in the top 10 for best pets. Even pit bull terriers, they're great with fucking people. They're just fucking nuts with other dogs.
In some project buildings over here, you can't have no pit bull. They're like
Yeah, I
banned.
mean
They're banned from the hood.
they're fucking with those pit bulls when they fight with another dog, they just won't stop. They
Pure
won't let
muscle.
go. Yeah,
Yeah.
but yeah, but with people, they're great. I had a French bulldog. He was fucking awesome.
How many years?
9.
9. See, that's why I don't want to get a dog, man. That's I don't
That's
know.
why I haven't gotten another one. I don't want to
Yeah.
go through that shit again.
Yeah.
You know, I had to fuck. I took him. I take him to the hospital. Cost me 4,000. Right. They give him oxygen therapy, and they tell me, he could live another 2 weeks. He could live another 2 years. You know, the very next day, I took him to. I had to take him to the vet. I had to carry him to the vet, and he said it's time. And I had to put him to sleep. And I was there. I videoed it, and I was there with him. I heard it. I saw his last heartbeat.
Yeah.
But I'd rather do that than have him suffer. He wasn't able to breathe.
Yeah. No, it's horrible, man. I had a cat for 18 years, and I watched the cat take its last breaths too. So I know what you mean, man. Uh, it's they're like a part of your family, you know.
Yeah, I mean, this guy was, he was with me during the whole time that I was fucking, bouncing around from state to state, and he was just there during all the dark times, and he used to sleep with me and everything. He'd just hop on the bed. I'd lift up the blanket. He'd do like a fucking U-turn and push himself up next to me and just flop down. And then I put the blanket over him.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny. And those French bulldogs are fucking hilarious. You ever see them videos?
Don't they skateboard? I don't know.
Um, I've seen them. You have to train them.
There's certain dogs that are like naturally prone to
I,
being good skateboarders. I don't know.
I've seen a lot of English bulldogs that skateboard.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Yeah.
What's what else has been going on? I see Frankie's got fucking talking about Jeff Loman and
That's all he loves to talk about.
Angela and Angel and
Yeah.
yeah,
He's on a
fuck that.
roll tonight.
It's like I'm not even here.
What? No, hello, Frank. Uh, that would be a great card. Angel, Howard Beach Terror versus Angela, the Broken Winja. Wow, the Broken Wing.
What, them two fighting?
Yeah.
I heard Angel actually spoke out about like once again that nothing went on between MRE and her daughter.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah, you know what? I really don't care, but I just don't believe. I used to believe that there was no way,
oh,
but
there's a
after
way.
the yeah, but after the shit I've been hearing lately, and it's not even a big deal. What's up, Augusta? Nightmare, what's up, buddy? Yeah, I can see the chat now. What's up, Templar? Hey, Maureen, how are you? Are you fighting with Frankie again?
Yeah. Who said that?
I don't. I'm joking.
I'm entitled to one big baby doll. Well, what?
It says one dig, baby doll.
Oh, sometimes I'm dyslexic.
Who else is in there?
Uh, did you say a little taton?
Tatone, what's up, buddy?
Got drum
Bella,
Capella.
Bella never knows. How are you, Drum? Hey, Drum Capella.
Yeah,
Drum Capella's here.
yeah, Angelo, and formerly known as Drum Capella.
Oh,
Somebody
okay.
blocked his account. I don't know what the fuck's going on, man. And I'm
What's up?
trying to find him.
And what's up, Angelo? Brian Bozak. What's up, buddy? Donald Darnell Trump.
Oh, Darnell Trump is here, Mr. President. Good to see
Yeah.
you, Mr. President. God bless you, Mr. President.
Becky Town.
Shouts to Becky. You took a dig, Frank.
Yeah, when I'm fucking just doing whatever,
Yeah.
I think of a lot of things that I'd like to say on fucking YouTube, but then I forget when I come on.
Well, I'm pretty disappointed that Gene's not going down to that cheesesteak factory. I knew it wouldn't happen, but I was hoping, maybe.
That would be it doesn't it would be the stupidest thing to
Yeah.
do. It's like a no-win situation, you know.
And Merlino's
Um,
inviting it to like, come on down, come on, motherfucker.
well, if Gene went down there with a whole crew, then but if you like went down there, he doesn't have to prove to anyone that he's got balls, and he's got balls, like he doesn't have to prove that. If he went there by himself or with another guy, there's gonna be fucking guys waiting from there for sure that don't care about, you know, getting arrested.
Yeah.
What's up, David Lopez? You know what I'm saying? So, like, for what? It, in real life, if Gene would fucking crush Joey,
Yeah.
but if Joey's gonna have fucking heavyweights waiting for him, it's not gonna it's not gonna work out to his favor. I mean, either way, it's a win-win for Gene, I guess, if he doesn't mind getting his fucking ass kicked. He still looks like a man either way.
Yeah.
But
But he's not going to touch Joey. They'll tackle him to the ground before he even touches a hair on his head.
yeah, it'll be a trap. Like why walk into a trap?
Yeah.
You know, wait like another a year or something, and then go there when they're not ready.
Yeah. And the heat dies down. Show up there. I'd love to see the look on Snuff's face.
And don't stay more than 15 minutes.
No, order a cheesesteak at least.
Yeah, order the cheesesteak. Wear your hat low so nobody can recognize you. And then when you get to the counter, order the cheesesteak and lift up your hat. Say what you got to say to fucking the kid Snuff, I guess, or whoever's there. And then once you show that they wouldn't step out, then just leave because they're making phone calls.
What type of phone calls? I picture it's like ex-cops, like these retired cops that want to hang out with Joey.
No, like there was a lot of fucking people from the neighborhood that when he had the grand opening that I'm sure are still friends with him.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of minority friends over there too.
Oh yeah, he might call up the hood for the north
Yeah,
side.
yeah, yeah. They call
Damn.
someone.
He's gonna call it Meek Mill. Meek Mill's gonna have all his people down there.
They'll start pulling up in fucking quads and dirt bikes.
And track hawks and fucking
Yeah, yeah.
Hellcats. Yeah. Yo, what's up, man? Yo, you got a problem with Joey, man? Yo, Joey's my man.
Look what I like, Scary Uncle said. If Gene
Gene
takes Hootie with him, Hootie is definitely not leaving until he gets his cheesesteak.
We're not going anywhere yet, Gene. Let's get the
Them,
fuck out of here. Huh?
them two guys are like fucking Abbott and Costello. They're fucking hilarious.
Two peas in a pod. Yeah, yeah. No, they got a good thing going over there with that show. I heard it's very funny, especially the chat. The chat's supposed to be pretty good.
I would have never been able to fucking, never would have thought in a million years that Hootie would blow up the way he blew up.
Hootie on the rise, y'all.
He was the total opposite of, he was always a thin guy, but that was when he was a lot younger. So, but
Once you get that big, it's hard to ever lose it.
yeah, and then if you do, once you get that big, and when you do lose it, you still got all kinds of fucking stretch marks and shit hanging.
Yeah, it's never the same, and it's harder as you get older.
Yeah, and the longer you keep it on, the more chance that it's not going to go back to normal.
Yeah, it's a real bitch. You would have to be on a strict regimen of exercise and diet. Who the
Then,
hell wants to deal with that shit?
then that guy Joe Barone did a show with Sakali and Gene. That was fucking good show too. When you get these street guys together and they just start fucking talking about shit from back in the day and shit and stuff like that, it's hilarious
Yeah,
and interesting because that's the way you grow up. Oh, that's the way I grew up anyway.
yeah. No, it looks
Yeah,
like Gene's having fun over there.
I don't watch these shows that fucking do shows on guys that I never met or fucking don't even know their name.
You're not interested. Why would you be interested? Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. Like it's all the same shit. Gangsters all do the same shit. They extort. They're involved in gambling. They're involved in fucking construction. They They order murders. What's so fucking different about all of them?
yeah,
But if you know of a guy, or you knew the guy, or you knew a family member, it's a little bit more interesting. But you know,
yeah. It's a different
like
take on it.
I
Yeah,
see I see a show like a new show about John Gotti. I don't watch it.
because you heard it over and over again, the
Yeah,
same story.
it's all the same fucking shit.
That's why the traditional way of reporting or covering mob content is gone stale. But when you have guys that actually lived it and they just hanging out talking, that's a different kind of content there. That when they're telling stories and stuff.
What's up, Mustache Pete? Yeah, I don't think Dom likes Hootie either.
Oh, I forgot. Didn't he? I think Dom tried to kill him or something, right?
No, Hootie tried to kill Dom.
Oh, oh,
Well, he said he sat on him.
sat on the guy. Yeah, he sat on him. That'll kill him. Yeah.
You know, I can't say either way. I wasn't there.
uh, I thought it would have been the other way around.
What does that say? Who? Oh, Howie. What's up, my brother? Who's that? I can't see it.
That's Mustache Pete Armand.
Oh, what's up? Just you know what it is on the side of my TV, right? The chat runs on the side of the TV, right? And then if you have like when you put up the comment on the screen, sometimes it runs into the chat, and when it's white, I can't see it.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I know what you mean. Dom robbed Hootie.
No,
Why do you want to kill him? Was it orders? Or it was.
no, it was about Dom doesn't like Cootie because he doesn't believe his story that Alphonse Trujillo put Vinny Gorgeous in his place one night at Rayos.
Uh huh. Is it believable to you?
Based
Possible.
on what I've heard about Vinny Gorgeous, I can't see him accepting anything like that. Um, as far as Alphonse doing something like that. I can't see him doing something like that either. But I wasn't there.
especially in Rayos too. It's a small,
But
intimate,
he was a captain during that time, so you can get away with a lot of shit. But
throwing his
but
weight around.
yeah, I just don't know. I don't know. I mean, it could have happened. Uh, I don't see it happening exactly the way it was said that it happened. Maybe if it did, maybe Vinny didn't catch it or something. I don't know. You know, uh, I really don't know.
Yes, he was David Lopez.
Yeah.
If you never shot someone, how can you sit on them? No, I'm
Huh?
saying Frank says if you never shot someone, how can you sit on them? He's talking about Hootie. I mean, I physically sat on him. Physically sat on him. That'll kill him.
Sounded like he said that him and others sat on him. I don't know why. I guess he said they figured that Dom would be the guy to retaliate. But how do you know when he's going to retaliate? And how do you know for sure he was going to retaliate? But according to him, he said he sat on him. And when you sit on somebody, doesn't mean you're going to get them that day. You're just fucking, you could just be gathering fucking information and, taking down his routine
With the
look,
intent.
with the intent, right?
That's the conspiracy, boy. But why was he sitting on him in the first place? He was mad because Dom was talking shit, or
No, 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 because according to that, he said that they thought because of what Alphonse did or said to Vinny Gorgeous that there was going to be retaliation and
oh,
Dom Cicali would be the one to do it.
okay,
But
preemptive strike.
yeah,
Schmart.
Dom swears it never happened and Hootie swears it did.
Well, he wouldn't know if he's getting sat on, so he could deny it all he wants. Uh, I
No,
don't
he
know.
just doesn't believe that uh, Vinny Gorgeous would have let Alphonse get away with that.
Yeah,
But hey, I've seen crazier things happen.
yeah. Um, I mean, don't people yell at each other all the time in a life? I mean, isn't that like a normal thing?
Yeah,
Get upset, they yell at each
yeah,
other.
yeah, yeah, yeah. They yell at each other. Yeah,
So I don't
but they're
see.
they're not supposed to raise hands to each other.
Oh,
And
he raised his hands.
no, no, for the most part, they don't. They just
Yeah,
act like they're gonna do something to each other, but they don't.
yeah.
You know,
So he
I
didn't.
know.
Trujillo didn't raise his hands, right? To
No,
oh,
no, no. Trujillo's not a tough guy.
no.
He's just a fucking spoiled fucking brat who got straightened out when he was 22 years old.
Oh, is that the kid that looks like Al Capone? Al Capone's baby, hanging out with Joey Merlino and shit, or he used to.
No, Alphonse Trujillo was a captain in the Gambino family.
Oh, so he was a
Ronnie,
captain.
Ronnie one son.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, so I don't know. But, if that's a fucking lie, that's a hell of a lie. It's gotta.
What's behind the lie, though? Why did somebody make that lie? There's always a reason behind it. Somebody came up with that story.
Yeah, and I mean, even people that do lie on here, every once in a while they might be telling the truth. It's like a broken clock, right? It's right
Yeah,
twice a day.
the boy who cried wolf. That story. You know, lied so many times. One time he was telling the truth, nobody believed him.
Hey, not you always have your first time. You know what I'm saying? Like in other words, everyone that's ever done anything like that, they've always had a first time that So technically, they've never done anything like that before, but there's always the first time. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah,
But besides that, too, just it doesn't necessarily mean that the guy sitting on someone is necessarily going to be the shooter.
yeah. Is he saying he doesn't think Hootie's capable?
Well, that's what everybody's saying.
I, you know, if he was in a life even associated with it, I don't know. I think he could have been capable, right? I don't know, for being involved with people he was involved with. He doesn't have to be capable to do what he was doing. I
No,
mean, selling
you
pills
got
around there.
plenty of guys that aren't capable hanging around wise guys.
Yeah,
You got fucking wise guys that aren't capable.
but he's supposed to be a dual Sicilian. Thank you,
I'm not.
Becky.
I'm not going to say anything bad about him. He doesn't say anything bad about me.
Yeah. No, we're just breaking his balls. I'm breaking his balls. That's all.
No, I know. Yeah, everybody breaks balls. Gene breaks his balls right on the show.
Yeah.
Starts reading the shit that people say.
Need a baby's back. Carousels. Howie, did you spend much time in carousels?
At
Carousello? Carousellos.
what, on Crossbay Boulevard?
I guess. That's George Costanza asking. Shouts to George Costanza.
Yeah, there was a place called Carousel on Crossbay Boulevard at one time.
What was that, a club? Or a cafe or some shit?
No, it was actually
Oh,
rides there.
yeah.
Hey, listen, everybody's entitled to their own opinion. If you don't think uh, anyone would bring anyone on a hit, hey, I'm not gonna argue with you. I don't know who's capable or who's not. I only know the guys that are capable that I know have actually done something. Um, I don't know of anything that Hootie's done, but I didn't hang out with Hootie. He's younger than me.
Oh, so he doesn't have any violence on his record over there?
No,
Oh. What was I going to say? Fuck. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Less people on a hit, the better, you know? If you ain't got at least two bodies, I don't want you on the hit. You know what I'm saying? Doing a hit, you know. After you do the hit,
yeah,
I don't want to talk about it, you know? I don't want to hear about it.
yeah. If someone's gonna do a hit on a wise guy, they're gonna use, you know, serious guys who they know
Yeah.
that will, get the shit done.
Yeah, for sure.
That
Trying to
listen, I'm I know for a fact the only reason why I never got sent on a hit is because I wasn't gonna get straightened out. Because you can believe me, if I was gonna get straightened out,
somebody got to die.
I may have got sent on a hit.
Yeah.
And besides that too, then why would you want to send a guy that you hang out with every day to do something like that?
Yeah.
And especially if it's not beneficial to him or him. But that's just the way I see it. Anyway, I mean, I've been sent to collect money and to hit a few guys, but not to kill.
Yeah. When you want somebody to murder for you, you got to make sure you take care of your killers, you know? The
And
killer's got to be
besides,
fair. Yeah.
yeah, and besides that, send one of your up and coming wise guys to do it.
Yeah, let them earn their stripes. Yeah. Tell Frank, hello, de Coco. Hootie needed chemicals. Huh?
Gunsmoke, tell Frank hello, the Coco, LOL, who do you need the chemicals? Oh, he needed chemicals to do the hit?
I think no. I think he's talking about the icy shit. Maybe something de Coco. Fucking pushing the icy cart. They have those liquids for the ice flavor. I don't know. Maybe that's what he's talking about.
Oh,
Maybe not.
yeah. Yellow the Coco. Yeah. Ice the Coco. LOL.
Thank you, Georgie. Were you ever considered of being straightened out, Howie? Tatone
Yeah.
wants to know.
Yeah. Yeah, I've spoken about that.
Thank you very
Well,
much, Georgie.
I was never, you know, like they were never actually going to do it, but I was told that, JoJo told me, he wished he could straighten me out.
Yeah.
There was some joking around talking about changing my birth certificate, but I'm sure they weren't serious about that.
Could you have gotten away with, if you never told anybody when you first met them? Just say you were Italian from the old country?
Probably.
Yeah. It's a big risk. I think they made one guy. He was half Puerto Rican.
Yeah, I think that guy Campos, I think you're talking about.
Yeah. Frank loves
But
the cocoa cards.
yeah, I mean, look at all these fucking jerk offs. I was told that, you know, basically, if they could, I would have been straightened out in like 2001.
Okay.
That was just when I was told. That doesn't mean like it just popped. Like I'm sure if things were different, it would have happened late '90s. Yeah, maybe between late '90s, 2001, maybe. But yeah, look at all these fucking other idiots that got straightened out.
Yeah. No, I believe it. I believe you would have got made if you could. If you could have been eligible.
I know for a fact. I
Yeah.
know. I heard it out of the horse's mouth. It's not something I'm just comparing myself to other people. I actually heard out of the horse's mouth.
And you would have been in a good spot too. You were with the consigliere too, so you would have
I
had it
would.
made over there.
I would. I would have definitely been a captain.
Yeah.
Look at all these other fucking retards that are becoming captains.
Does every captain have to have a social club?
No,
You don't have to set up base somewhere to fly the flag?
no.
No?
Well, listen, back in the day, everybody had social clubs. Then, little by little, people stopped. Um, usually, if you got a captain who doesn't mind being out there,
Yeah.
yeah, he's gonna find the spot where he hangs his hat. It could be a cafe, could be a club.
So
Um,
where would your base would have been at? If you let's say you were a captain, where would your headquarters have been? Where
it
would you
would
open up shop?
it would have been in Ozone Park,
On 101st?
wherever.
Yeah.
I mean, I already had a club on 101st.
So you want to take over Ridgewood? You'd be based out in Ozone Park, I guess. Well, that's where you're mostly from, right?
I probably would have never wound up. Uh, I don't know. No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't did it in Ridgewood because
Yeah.
then I'd be competing with Bobby.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I ran the social club on 101st Avenue in my 20s, and I made Ronnie one on my partner. I was the one who suggested Ronnie one on because I was with JoJo every day. And what did he say? Howie, theoretically, if you was made, would you have flipped anyway? You know, I honestly believe I wouldn't have, but nobody's gonna believe me, so it doesn't even pay to say it. At least I would have been able to do my time as a made guy.
Let's say you had your own social club. Would you allow Frank to come play cards on a regular basis?
Hell no. I would have fucking had to lock the alcohol up. But
Take it,
yeah,
George.
so when I was running the club, the day when he asked me to run the club, we were in, it's funny, we were in Philadelphia at there's a hospital out there that's really good for cancer patients, and JoJo's mother was there, and that's when he asked me to run the club. We were at the hospital. I was driving around, and so now because I was with him every day, and busy, you know, that was taking away time that I needed to be by the club. So he asked me to take a partner, to free me up,
Yeah,
and he suggested somebody that I didn't want as a partner. So I said, "What about Ronnie?" I said, "He's always there anyway." So he said, "Well, ask him. You don't think he'll get offended?" I said, "I don't think he'll get offended." "Why, you think he'll get offended?" He said, "Ask him." So I asked Ronnie if he wanted to be partners. I explained to him why, and he said, "Yeah." And then not too long after that, he wound up getting straightened out in '89.
yeah.
Yeah, because yeah, that was around the time when I took over the club. It was like around '89.
89. That was a good era. The last of the good days. Now you can't even find a fucking payphone anywhere.
Yeah, I just started out hanging out, just a kid hanging out on the corner, little by little. I made friends with the guy who was presently running the club. I guess he didn't want to do it no more, and because I was already working at the club with the guy, I was. Plus, I was close with Joe by then.
Yeah. But there was the other guy you said you didn't want to do business with him. Why? You thought he was going to rob you?
No,
Or,
he was too. He was too jealous of the guy.
oh,
Yeah, I would have bumped heads with him.
yeah. You could already
Yeah,
see that. Yeah.
yeah. With Ronnie, I didn't have to give Ron. First of all, I'm not going to give Ronnie orders, but I didn't have to give Ronnie orders. He knew what he had to do, and I knew what I had to do. You know what I'm saying? Like it
Yeah.
was, he wasn't going to give me orders, and I didn't have to give him orders, and I wasn't going to give him orders. So it was perfect. There was no battle for supremacy. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
he always got that little bit more respect because he's proposed to get straightened out, and that's just the way it is. But this other guy was just on my level. You know what I'm saying? So we would have been bumping heads because he would have. I know what would happen. He would have been like fucking mad that I was always out doing something and he always had to stay by the club. But the reason why it worked with Ronnie is because Ronnie was always there anyway,
Yeah.
you know, and you know, and like Aldo's was like where he got all his phone calls, so he just walked across the street. So it was perfect.
Yeah. Sounds like a good fit.
Yeah, it was. Me and Ronnie got along great. We had a lot of good times.
As a captain, would you have let Frank have his own gelato di coco icy spot? No, unless he get given a piece.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's funny to talk about now, but you know, sometimes I think about it, what could have been, and then I think the fucking kid Tony Muscatello. He winds up getting straightened out. He used to work for me.
Yeah.
He used to fucking, he was my chickie,
He was your chicken.
and answering the phones, taking
Oh
bets.
yeah, yeah. How
When
much
I
did you
had,
pay him per week? 600.
you know what? I don't remember. I gave him a percentage, I believe.
Nice.
Yeah, it depended. Obviously, if we went to the red,
Oh yeah.
nobody, you
Nobody
know,
gets paid.
nobody gets paid until we come out of the red. Um, yeah, yeah. Him and this kid, Carmine Cascone, worked for me, and that's when they fucking let Peter Gotti call in 5,000 worth of bets that he lost, and then Peter Gotti winds up breaking Tony Muscatello's jaw, and he stabbed Carmine Cascone.
When they ask for the money back, or put him on a
Well,
payment plan.
they were asking him for the money, and then but Peter made up some story that they were talking to his girlfriend at the bar.
Oh God.
But I knew what it was.
Yeah.
But I told him, I says, I told you guys not to let him fucking call in. You guys took his bet. You guys got to pay the money. So I didn't care what they did.
That's fucked. So they had to eat it, huh?
Hmm?
They had to eat it. So they had to pay his bet.
Yeah,
That's fucked.
they worked it off.
Yeah. I'm sure they weren't happy with him, huh?
No, and it's funny because Tony winds up becoming a wise guy. The only reason why Carmine didn't become a wise guy is because he jumped off a global plea when Ronnie One Arm got and his son, they got arrested for the bookmaking case, and the kid Carmine worked for them, and he he jumped off the global plea, and they consider you a rat for doing that.
Yeah.
Um, Otherwise, he would have been a wise guy for sure, for sure.
Yeah.
Tony, Tony, Tony got his bump because he was well liked by Ronnie. JoJo, he, I don't even know if he knows about it, but when before he got straightened out, JoJo asked me what I thought about Tony Muscatello, and at the time, I didn't have anything bad to say about him, so he got a good report from me.
Nice.
The only thing wrong that Tony Muscatello did wrong, and the reason why I abuse him the way I abuse him is because of that fucking shit he made up with the fucking with the porno tape, saying
Yeah.
that it was my future wife. which wasn't true because the whole fucking conversation was recorded on the wire, and they were quote the article was based on my words. They quoted me, but they but they added the future wife shit in there. They didn't quote me saying that. I never
Yeah.
said that. You understand? That came from fucking Tony Muscatello's mouth because they were trying to turn my ex against me to use her, for them,
To
and
hit.
that's
Yeah.
and that's why I'll never forgive that guy for that. I don't give a fuck that I ratted or not. He crossed a different line,
Yeah.
and he knows. He knows he'll shit his fucking pants for sure if we bump into each other because he knows me. I shot a guy right in front of
And this guy's a
him.
captain now. You said, right?
I don't think so. Maybe because I heard they gave the captain spot to Mike Rockefeller. But yeah, when I shot that kid Chris Phone Books, Tony was standing right next to me.
Yeah. Why they call them phone books?
He used to rip phone books in half.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah,
Oh shit.
yeah,
That guy was a fucking barbarian.
yeah. It was everyone in that bowling alley knew something was up. There was a whole bunch of people standing outside when I shot him.
He didn't give a fuck, huh? Was this
Huh?
broad daylight? Was this broad daylight or?
No, it was early evening. It was nighttime, but it was early.
Yeah.
I was driving home one of my players at the club, and I had to make a stop to see to collect some money from Tony and Carmine. And when I walked into the bowling alley, I saw the kid Chris Phone Books in there. So I did what I had to do. I left. I dropped off uh, Charlie Limo, and I went back to the bowling alley and I told the kid to come outside, and I shot him right in his thigh. Then he took off running, and I shot at him again. I
Did
don't
you?
know if I hit him the second time, but he went flying in the air. He fucking, I don't know if he tripped or he got shot.
Maybe he was trying to duck the shots or something.
I don't know, but he took a nasty, nasty fall because they were building the new White Castle there,
Uh huh.
and there was like a little like foundation around the fucking dirt lot, and when he fucking fell, it's like his chest like and head hit into the foundation, and his legs flopped over his head and then
Oh
back
shit.
down. You know what I'm trying to
Yeah,
describe?
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah, it was
Oh yeah, he got
fucking
hit.
terrible. Yeah.
Yeah. Before you shot him, did you say anything to him? Like, before you shot him in the thigh, did you say, "Yo, suck on this" or something? Like,
Well, yeah, I told him, I said, I gave you a pass and you want to go and talk about my sister to a friend of mine in jail. And he started to say, no, no, I didn't say that. Boom.
damn.
Yeah, he was in Nassau County Jail with my friend Richie Blue Eyes. He was in The Sopranos. I believe he played the role of Albert.
Albert. I'm trying to think.
There was a one in the early episodes.
The guy who urinated in the pool? No.
I don't
Albert.
know. I
Oh,
think
Albert. Albert. Yeah, blue eyes, tall
yeah,
guy.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
It
him.
died on the vine. That guy. It died on the
Yeah,
vine.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a good friend of mine at one time.
Oh shit.
And so he was in Nassau County Jail with this kid phone books,
Yeah.
and phone books used to date my sister. So
Oh boy.
he told um, Blue Eyes that he had had a problem with me once over over my sister, and his words was, you know, he had a problem with me because he fucked my sister. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I had let it go because I chased him with a nightstick one night. He took off running. I pulled him over on Woodhaven Boulevard. I got out with a nightstick. He took off running, and then I didn't see him for like a couple of years, and I just basically forgot about it. But then he went and brought it up again.
And then he caught him at the
Yeah,
bowling alley.
he's lucky. That's all I did was shoot him in his leg. I wasn't trying to kill him.
So when you told him come outside and you had that talk with him and he was saying no, no, you got it all wrong. Is there
Right.
any way he could have talked himself out of what was going to happen to his ass?
No,
There
that
was no talking out of it.
what I said was just a formality. I was
Yeah.
shooting
Oh,
regardless.
okay. Yeah.
You know, I was just fucking like taking his mind off of me going into my pocket.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
You got to see it coming.
as I'm yelling at him, you know, I'm going reaching for my gun, but he's looking at me yelling at him. You know. So,
Yeah.
but if I don't say anything to him, then he's just watching every movement I'm making.
They say you got to, if the guy's looking around and takes a step back, that means he's about to shoot you. Supposedly, that's what they say. So you got to be on point and
Well,
be on the lookout
yeah,
for that.
there's certain movements people make, you know,
Yeah.
but you know, by me saying getting him involved in the conversation, I'm taking his attention away from my
Yeah.
movement.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, DL. Damn, and then he tried to run, but the
Yeah, I
bullet is always
fucking
faster.
no. Listen, I shot him point blank range in his thigh,
Shit.
and he still took off running.
Did he scream like ah?
I don't remember.
Did you try to aim for his kneecap? Is that what you were trying to do, or
Um,
you just wanted to maim him, right? You weren't
yeah,
trying to.
yeah. I don't know if I was aiming for his kneecap. I just was aiming for his lower thigh.
Yeah.
Yeah, close to the kneecap, I
I
guess.
mean, you could have killed him with that. I mean, that's you hit an artery in that fucking thigh.
Yeah,
It-
I wasn't trying to kill him, so I was aiming at his leg, but not where you know the artery is, and you know on the inner thigh.
yeah. Oh,
But
that's
you
what it is.
know,
All right.
but
Yeah.
shit could happen. You know, it could ricochet off the bone, and you know, I know a guy who shot a guy in his ass, and the bullet ricocheted and killed him.
Yeah. That's how Biggie died. Bullet hit him in the hip or some shit. Traveled through his fucking colon, his fucking spleen, his heart, his lungs.
38, Nico.
38 schnub nose.
Yes, sir.
Nice.
Smith and Wesson.
Leaves no
Fucking
shells.
loud. It's a loud fucking gun.
Yeah. That gun commands respect.
Yeah. But you know, when his adrenaline was probably going so hard that you know it gave him the energy to run away because he was like walking with a cane for a few years after that. That's what I was
Shit.
told.
Yeah. Adrenaline is a motherfucker, man. You
But
feel it later, though.
uh,
Yeah.
that other kid, the kid I shot that hit me with the baseball bat, you know, that angle. He was picture this, right? Sitting in the passenger seat, the car is facing me. His friend is standing in between the door and the cars. The driver's side door is open. So I lean between the door and the roof to say "Remember me," and then I stuck my arm in the car, you know,
With the gun.
with the gun, and
Wow.
just fire and just shot him right in the middle of his chest.
His
Um,
worst nightmare realized fucking Howie leans in. Remember me? And then he
yeah,
fucking next thing he sees is a fucking gun in his face.
I mean, it's a miracle he lived because
Yeah.
the heart is right there. A lot of people think the heart is all the way to the left. No, it's more towards the center.
He must have been breakdancing in that motherfucker too.
When I said "Remember me,"
Yeah.
as I was drawing the pistol, he was already making a move for the door to open it.
Yeah.
And when I fired, he flew out the door.
Yeah. I bet he
And then
did.
and then
Yeah.
and then and then got up and started to run.
Yeah.
And we were both running around the car like if we were playing tag. Like he was
Yeah. Yeah.
ducking behind the car, I was running around to try to shoot him again, and
Yeah.
we were doing that for a couple of seconds, um, and then somebody spotted a friend of mine spotted a cop car coming down the other side of Woodhaven Boulevard, and so I handed the gun to him. They left through the back of Remington's, and I walked to my car and drove to my friend Vinny Marino's house and slept there because I thought I killed him. And but then we found out he lived the next day, so I went back home.
Yeah. When he got shot, was it a lot of blood or some people get shot, there's not, no blood.
Well, I wasn't there long enough to see him, you know,
Bleed out. Yeah.
laid out.
What up, Soretti?
I know there was a lot of blood when I fucking stabbed his partner.
Oh yeah, that's different.
Yeah, I stabbed him a bunch of times.
Shit.
It was like
That's the
fucking
worst, man.
one of those fucking jailhouse fucking, when you just start jabbing.
Yeah.
You know,
Would you hug him and start fucking just poking away?
what happened was is when I spotted him in the same place, but it was redone and now going by the name of Choices. So before, when it was Remington's, it was like like an old fashioned bar with a dance floor, and then it was remodeled into like a nightclub called Choices.
Choices. What a name. Yeah.
Yeah. So when I spotted him, what's funny about it is I had spotted him like a few weeks before from a distance, and so I knew what kind of car he was driving. He had a Pennsylvania plate on it. So when I saw him in Choices, I gave my friends the heads up, and I went outside and I looked for his car, and I gave him four flats. So I went back inside. I'm just waiting for him to leave. So he leaves and he walks across Woodhaven Boulevard to his car, and my friends were walking ahead of me. So now they're on the other side of Woodhaven Boulevard walking towards him. Now he starts walking backwards, and as he's doing that, I'm jogging across Woodhaven Boulevard, but he can't see me yet.
Yeah.
So he turns around to run, and he runs right into me.
Oh shit.
So
And what?
then,
Yeah.
so then he, after I got him a couple of times, he continued running, and he started running towards back to the front of the place. And my friend, that another guy that was walking out who happened to know me, stuck his foot out and tripped him, and he fell. But this time he couldn't get back up, and my car was parked not too far from where he fell. So I ran, I stabbed him a couple more times, and then I got in my car and I left.
Was there blood all over you?
I cut myself too. I
That
learned
happens.
I
Yeah.
learned I learned the lesson that night.
You gotta
Not
wrap
to
it up.
not to stab people without those those little fucking things sticking out to keep your hand from
Yeah.
sliding on the blade. Yeah, because if the guy would have died, my DNA would have been on the
All
fucking.
over. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, from
Were
that
you
point on, I if I carried a knife, it was it had those little fucking, what do they call those things? Like I don't
what?
know. When the knife has got the two little fucking things sticking out the side by the handle.
Oh, I don't know what you call that, but a
It's to
dagger
pre-
maybe.
it's to prevent your hand from sliding up on the
Yeah,
blade.
yeah, yeah, of course. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
one thing about stabbing. Yeah.
I cut my fingers open.
Ah, that sucks.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because when I was stabbing them, it was like I was punching them.
that's some brutal
And
shit, man. You
and
must have
I
really
guess
hated this guy.
both of these guys were fucking responsible for fucking putting me in a hospital with a baseball bat.
Yeah, no, you had it coming. When your friends were walking towards him, right, and then he saw them coming, were they if they would have caught him, were they gonna stab him too, or just fuck him up?
Um, I don't know. I mean, they were saying something to him. I don't know what they were saying to him, but it made him turn around and run.
And you were already holding the knife, so he
I
ran
was
right to your
always,
fucking knife.
I was already like fucking 10 feet from the curb, but I was behind him.
Yeah,
So when he turned around to run, that's when he first sees me. But I have enough time to just get up on him, and I just started stabbing him, all in the midsection.
did you say something to him before you started stabbing him?
No,
No,
no.
nothing needed to be said. He already knew what time it was.
I don't even remember what I said. I don't think I said anything.
You gotta at least say like, what's up now, something like that.
Nah. I just wasn't one of those situations where you had to say anything.
Yeah.
I let the knife do all the talking.
And you never mask up, huh? Never masked up and did this type of shit with a hoodie and a mask.
I, I shot the kid in his chest in front of the fucking whole place. I stabbed the kid in front of my friends and later whoever was outside. Matter of fact, it was the two bouncers working there. One of the bouncers is fucking John Jr.'s best friend bodyguard till this day, the guy Steve.
Big
It
Steve.
was Big Steve and his brother were bouncing, and they were the ones who told JoJo that I stabbed the kid in front of the place. And that's why I got my tooth knocked out.
Because you told him you didn't do it in front of the fucking place. You did it
Right,
down the
because
block.
because Choice
Yeah.
was his place,
Yeah.
and he had told me, he said, "Please, Howie, don't start no trouble here. I got a lot of money invested here, you know." But I did get the guy down the block, but I shouldn't have stabbed him a couple more times when he fell near the front of the place.
Yeah.
So basically, I got caught lying. I said, "No, I swear to God, I did down the block."
Pow. Damn.
What'd they say? Shivs down. What's that say?
Huh?
Shivets? What's that?
The
Shivets?
shivets down. Schwitz? The schwitz down.
He said they mentioned me 2 nights ago.
The schwitz down. And that's probably a troll. Is that the same Howie, Gene, and Hootie just mentioned 2 nights ago? I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe they
yeah,
did.
yeah. That's me.
Gold Coffin. Haven't seen you in a long time. Maybe years. Howie, when you had money on the streets, after how many missed payments would you put hands on a guy?
Uh,
If it
Probably
was
like
me, probably two.
3 or 4.
Oh, really? Oh, you giving him enough rope to hang himself?
Well, you don't want to fucking beat up all your customers. It depends on the excuse. Sometimes a guy might say, I need 2 more weeks,
Yeah.
and I'll give you everything.
Yeah.
And all depends on how much he's already paid. If he's an old customer, if he just got the money from me and he's missing right away, yeah, then we got a problem. But if the guy's been paying me for a year and I already got my money back, I can be a little bit more patient. Um, you want to be known for not for for no not taking any nonsense.
Yeah. But at the same time, I guess you got to try to be fair, right?
Wait,
Or
wait, what did that say? Someone blame what?
let me scroll up. Someone blamed Hootie for snitching on someone, and Gene said, "No, wrong guy. That was Howie."
Yeah, it was Tyler Barker. Yeah, I kind of felt bad for Tyler Barker because I wasn't when I was asking him about who murdered Marty. I had no idea he was going to tell me he murdered Marty.
Yeah.
So I mean, the guy basically told me, yeah, me and Jerry did it. I was supposed to shoot Marty, but Jerry jumped in front of me and shot him in the head. I was looking at because when it first happened, I had spoken to Jerry and asked him who did it, and Jerry said he didn't know. He blamed it on either Alite or Sakara. So a lot of time had gone by, and then you know, Todd had mentioned that the cops went to this kid Fonzie's house, and they were asking him questions and shit. And so when I asked Todd about the murder, Marty's murder, I didn't know he was going to tell me he did it. Not that it would have changed anything. I'm just saying, you know.
How do you say it to you? Like nonchalant, like, yeah, I did it. Well, what would you
Yeah, he
say?
told me straight out everything that happened. They took him out. They went for a few drinks. They pulled over to take a piss.
Wow.
Todd was supposed to shoot him in the head, but Jerry shot him in the head.
That's a classic way to get a guy. I think Sammy the Bull did the same thing. You take a guy out to dinner or they go clubbing, then you get in the back seat, or it's time to take a piss.
Listen, I'll explain it again to people. A lot of people seem to think like guys wearing a wire are worse than other rats. The only reason why I had to wear a wire was because I was still out in the street. The only reason why any rats that haven't worn a wire is because they're locked up. But but all the guys that are still out on bail or still out in the street, you can bet me they wore a wire. You can't tell them no. I had no idea they were going to ask me to wear a wire. But
Yeah.
yeah, that's it. Once you agree to cooperate, you know, they got you by the balls. You now it becomes you or the person that you're talking to with the wire, and you're always going to choose you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And they're putting your life at risk, though. Because if
You
you get
know,
caught with that, they're basically telling you to go out there and take a risk, too.
yeah. I mean, these guys that were locked up and didn't have to wear a wire. They think like uh, they're less of a scumbag than me because they didn't wear a wire. But meanwhile, they're telling on the fucking guy, and they're saying the same things about the person. They're just not. They just didn't record him saying it. And like I said, if you look, the guy Frankie Steele, uh, what's his name? Pontillo, uh, Mike Rockefeller, who's a captain right now, his cousin. He wore a wire because he was out in the street. Everyone that was out in the street during the time that they decided to cooperate has to wear a wire.
Yeah.
Casman was out in the street, he had to wear a wire. I say had to because I don't know if anyone's ever said no, but I'm sure if you say no, they're gonna fucking tear up your agreement, right?
I mean, I would presume so. You're not fucking playing ball the way they're telling you to.
Right. And at that point, if I decide to cooperate, what do I give a fuck about wearing a wire?
Yeah.
You know. And I did tell him that I wasn't gonna wear the wire on my girlfriend's brother, but they said they weren't interested in him anyway, so that worked out. I didn't have to wear a wire against my girlfriend's brother at the time.
Or like Casman, he fucking wore a wire on the mother over there.
Yeah, I didn't.
That
I
was
didn't.
fucked up.
I didn't fucking
Yeah.
wear a wire on any fucking family members. I wore a wire on fucking street guys, and there was one guy that I was really friends with, but basically I was wearing the wire for him to explain because he was a victim. He was getting extorted for money every Christmas. So
That's not funny. I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
yeah,
It's
yeah, no.
kind of fucked up.
What I'm
Yeah.
saying is, I'm getting him to talk about the money that I got to collect
Yeah.
during Christmas. You know, to talk about it to, uh, basically to give what I'm saying about collecting the money relevance. Like
The money
just
was
get
straight extortion. It wasn't like tribute. It
it was
was.
tribute. Yeah, it was
Oh.
because JoJo had told. I know when JoJo talks what he's telling me. Okay, he was complaining about them one day. Oh, these guys, I, uh, I've helped these guys out a lot. Uh, they're always getting into problems. And and they're making all the money.
Yeah.
So I know what he's telling me. He's telling me to go tell them to give something. So they had to give. It was supposed to be 10,000
Uh-huh.
Christmas time, but it got worked out to 7,500. And me, JoJo, and Louis Mastrangelo, who eventually became part of the ruling panel and was a captain at the time, we we were splitting that money. Um, so basically, when I wore the wire on that guy, was just to talk about the money that he had to pay. You know, so he
So
didn't
is
get he didn't get into any trouble.
so is Christmas time like a bad time in the mob? Is it like not a happy time because you're getting shaken down? Or I mean,
Well, if you don't want to pay, I guess it's not a happy time. And these guys, they didn't really want to pay. They didn't want to pay that much. But you know, these other guys, they don't want to hear that shit.
yeah,
And if I didn't take the 2,500, then they're gonna fucking whack up the 2,500.
yeah.
Plus, I did this guy. He was a good friend of mine. I did him favors also. I went to see. He was having a problem with one of Joe the Blonde's guys and Wise guy, Captain, and they had gotten into a business deal, and uh, the, the business deal didn't work out, and my friends needed this guy to sign some paperwork to get his name off of the business and stuff like that, and the guy wouldn't do it. So Jojo told me to go see the guy for my friend, and I went to the guy's car service, and I threatened to stab him in the stomach. He was a big fat guy, and he signed the paper.
I'm gonna gut you like a pig.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said. Fucking, I don't know if I said gut, but I used the word pig.
Yeah, cut you open like a pig, motherfucker.
Yeah, because when I started talking to him, he started laughing.
I thought it was
So I
funny,
said, "You
huh?
think it's fucking funny?"
Yeah,
Yeah. So
motherfucker.
yeah,
When yeah,
maybe I didn't look like the type of guy that would do that to him. You know? To
maybe
him
he was
too.
high. Yeah, I don't know.
No, he
What the
probably
fuck
thought
he
he
was
was,
thinking?
I'm with Joe the Blonde. Nothing's gonna happen to
Oh
me.
yeah, you had to wake him up to reality.
Yeah, I'm sure Joe the Blonde heard about it. I never had to go see anybody, obviously, because I was representing Joe. But what's funny, ironic about the whole situation is we go out to this nightclub that's like way in Long Island, like exit 50 something. I forgot the name of the fucking place, but I went there with Al and everyone, and Joe the Blonde was there. So he introduced me to Joe the Blonde, and we were sitting down drinking, and this kid that they called Quack Quack on the Growing Up Gotti show.
Uh huh.
He was in like a couple episodes. He was supposed to be like their chaperone or something.
Oh, I kind of remember this.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. And I don't know, Al didn't like him, or and the guy was acting like a gangster. He was all suited up and waving the hands, and I don't know. I guess he didn't say hello to Al or something, and I said, "You want me to crack him?" And he said, "Yeah." So the guy went to the bathroom. I went to the bathroom with Tony Muscatello's cousin, who's also named Tony Muscatello. And when he came out of the bathroom, I fucking blasted him. He was knocked out for like 10 minutes. And when he woke up, he was like throwing up, everything. Yeah, and then I got a hold of one time I got a hold of fucking the kid he used to hang out with. You there? You're on
Yeah,
mute,
I'm listening.
motherfucker.
I'm listening.
So and then another time, another guy that was on the fucking show, he used to hang out with Peter Gotti, John Senior's son. His name was Chubby. I bumped
Chubby.
into him. Yeah, I bumped into him in a bar on Liberty Avenue, acting like a gangster. I called him into the bathroom and I fucking gave him an open hand smack. He didn't say a fucking word.
Well, so what? You just grab him and slap him and what? Read him the riot act?
Yeah, I told
Fucking.
him, "What do you think you're a fucking tough guy?" And I just open handed him so fucking hard. He had a handprint on his face,
But he
and
ate it.
plus he had red hair.
Oh, he was a
So it
ginger.
was,
You slapped a ginger.
yeah, it was like really light skinned too. Yeah.
Oh, that's bullying. That's considered bullying, man. That's not cool. You
Oh,
slapped a ginger,
you know how
bro.
many you know how many fucking people these fucking kids bullied because they were friends with fucking Peter Gotti, the son.
Yeah, but bullying gingers is one thing. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah. You know when you
I'm
just don't
fucking around.
fucking like somebody and you don't like who their friend is and you just take it out on them, you know?
Yeah.
So I gave him a big fucking smack. I told him, "Go see who you gotta go see."
And you never heard nothing about it after that, huh?
No. Yeah, because John Jr. was already labeled a rat.
Oh, so that was done. Yeah.
So, if anybody would have came to say anything to me, I would have fucking either stabbed them or shot them.
Shit. He's lucky that's all he got was a smack.
Yeah, I'm not a bully. I know I can beat the kid up, so I just smacked him.
Smacked the freckles out his face, boy. Ginger Kid, isn't he the one that got jail for beating a black kid with a bat in Howard Beach?
I don't think so.
No.
They called him Chubby.
Chubby.
He was on the Growing Up Gotti show too.
DL says
But
he had it
Quack,
coming. Yeah.
But Quack Quack got fucking not the real Quack Quack. This kid went. They called him Quack Quack, but he wasn't Gotti's best friend. Quack Quack. He had no relation to them. So yeah, he got fucking. I had a, a good fucking punch. I mean, this guy Vinny Car Wash is like fucking twice the size of me. Fucking cracked the guy at Barossa's. The guy didn't even fucking flinch. I fucking cracked him. The guy went down. And fucking, he never lived that down. Tony Muscatello, the cousin, used to always break his balls. Fucking Howie knocked the guy out. Vinny fucking hit him. He didn't even move.
Where'd you hit him in the chin?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's where you gotta hit him. It's knockout punch right there.
that's where I tried to aim for is the chin. Yeah,
How
I was
tall
gonna
was he?
look. The guy,
Yeah.
like 6 foot. Whatever size Vinny Car Wash is, they were about the same size. He was skinnier, but he was friends with the owner. But nothing happened.
Nicholas
Yeah.
Minucci. Who's Nicholas
No,
Minucci?
Nicholas Minucci is the guy who got arrested for hitting the black kid with the bat.
Oh,
I don't know the kid Chubby's real name, but I just know him as Chubby.
Ginger Boy.
Don't get it confused with Pudgy. Two different people.
Pudgy and Chubby.
Yeah, Pudgy actually did the right thing by me. I didn't even know it. Sean Dunn told me about it. I had gone with Chris Cologne, this kid that worked in real estate in Old Howard Beach, uh, had fucking jacked Chris Cologne in Michaels. And so Chris called me to come with him. And there was some other kid. He hung out by fucking uh, Glenn Patrick's, but I forgot his fucking name. Big steroid kid. Not tall, but, muscular.
Yeah.
So we went to the kid's office and started cracking him. And the kid ran for the door. And Chris and the other kid were fucking holding him from going outside the door. And Chris started stabbing him in his back. And then he let him go. And then the other kid was still cracking him outside. And across the street, a friend of the guy Pudgy's lived there, and they had a camera. And he told them to get rid of the footage. So Sean Dunn told me that, yeah, Pudgy, he told the people to get rid of the camera footage.
Shit. Damn right they better get rid of that footage.
Yeah, well, it was good looking out. He didn't have to do that.
Yeah.
I mean, I know him, but I didn't know him like that. I met him a few times, but we never hung out or anything.
Yeah.
You know.
So
Maybe I met him a couple times during the time when I was hanging out with Ronnie G.
so the guy that got stabbed in the back, he died?
No,
No?
uh-uh. He
He had
lived.
a
He was actually friends with Blaze and Nikki Carrazzo, the Blaze's kids.
uh-huh.
Yeah, I think they were mad at me after that. Oh, shit. But and you know what? I didn't know he was gonna stab the kid. I thought he was just gonna beat him up.
Sounds like the
Yeah,
Marizano.
once he started stabbing the kid, I didn't go near him. I didn't want any of that blood on me.
Yeah. You're just like, oh shit, now it's taking a different turn.
That's it. I
Yeah,
mean, there's no reason for me to touch him anymore. He's getting stabbed.
yeah.
At least if he would have died, I wouldn't have had any of his blood on me.
He was in an office. What kind of office was this?
It's like just a little fucking one desk office he used to do real estate deals out of.
Ah,
Strong kid. He was fucking strong. It took fucking three of us to fucking hold him from getting out of the fucking through the door.
yeah. And getting stabbed in the back. I mean, shit.
Yeah.
You got to be a strong bastard.
Yeah, I let go of him after he started stabbing him. I didn't want any of that blood on him. These other two guys, they had blood all over them.
Shit.
And for the life of me, I can't fucking remember the fucking kid's name. I think his name was Mike. I don't know his last name. Uh, I'm sure Gene Barillo would know who the kid is because he probably hung out with him.
Genie boy.
But yeah, couple stories.
Yeah, man. No, these were awesome stories tonight, man. Very. I was picturing them like a movie and shit. Very detailed. I appreciate you, man. Those were awesome stories. That's the shit people want to hear, you know.
There's more too, man. I got
Jesus.
so much more. Robbery stories. Other guys that got knocked out, smacked, hit with nightsticks, stabbed outside the Roxy. Another time I pulled out my beeper and made believe it was a gun.
I remember that. Yeah, in the club, right?
Uh, yeah, I stabbed the guy but outside of Roxy's and the fucking blade broke.
Damn.
It was one of those stilettos that popped up and out and down
Yeah.
from Chinatown.
Uh huh. I remember those back
Two
in the day.
times, two fuck. Another time I bought brass knuckles from Chinatown and the pinky broke off.
Really?
Yeah, I fucking cracked this kid in the lemon tree and the fucking pinky broke off. Fucking almost broke my pinky. And then the fucking knife from fucking Chinatown, the blade breaks.
That's why you got to buy American.
We wind up getting locked up that night, and I hand off the fucking blade to my friend to get rid of it. And we're fucking in the bullpen. He still got the fucking broken knife on him. I can't believe they never searched him.
Yeah.
Yeah, that case wound up getting dismissed.
Nice.
Then there was the two guys I shot outside. No, one guy I shot outside of Hollywood's on Metropolitan Avenue.
Uh huh.
I thought I was gonna have a problem with Vito Guzzo after that because it was his place.
Why'd you shoot him?
My friend Frank Rinaldi in South Latino was there. I think Frank got into a problem with someone and he cracked him, and then the fight moved its way outside, and the fucking one of the kids fucking had a bottle in his hand. So I had a 25 on him, and I fucking fired at his leg and missed him. And I was only like 4 feet away from him. And then I fired again and I got him. But that's how fucking terrible those fucking cheap 25s are. You can shoot somebody around the corner with those guns.
So after the first shot, he didn't flinch. What the fuck? He didn't try
Yeah,
to run.
he thought I had a fucking fake gun or something.
Oh.
And he kept and he like he stopped when he heard the pop, and then he started walking towards me again. And then when I got him, he said something like he got me this time, something like that. Started hopping around like an Indian.
You hit him in the leg.
Yeah.
He got me. Damn.
Yeah, like I said, maybe I stabbed like 3, 4 guys, shot like maybe 3, 4 guys, and but only 2 times I was. One time I was shooting to kill, and another time I was stabbing to kill. The other times I was just looking to hurt the people.
Which method did you prefer? Stabbing or shooting?
Well, I only fucking the kid that I stabbed by choices. I only stabbed him because JoJo was teasing me one day. A real tough guy gets up close with the knife. Because I had shot a couple of guys and he was breaking
Yeah.
my balls. So with this guy, I stabbed him because he was breaking my balls. That like I didn't have balls to get up close.
It's definitely a step up, on the Richter scale.
Oh, yeah, it's a lot easier to shoot somebody than it is to stab somebody.
Yeah. It's more
Well,
personal.
yeah, I mean it's easy to stab them, but it's also easier for something to go wrong. You know,
Yeah.
like if you stab a guy and he's bigger and stronger than you, and those couple times you stab him don't fucking stop him. He gets his hands on you, you might be able to get the knife away from him.
And stick it up your ass. Yep. That's why shooting is, I guess the easier method. Stabbing somebody is very personal.
Yeah, I mean, it's easier to carry around a knife than a pistol.
Yeah.
And now they have all of these knives, they just fucking flick open so easy.
Yeah.
They're almost like switchblades.
Hmm.
Yeah, shooting is better, it's easier. But yeah, I guess the fear is the same. Like when you, the fear that you see in these people's eyes when they do things like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
The light flashes before their eyes. It's time to fucking die. In a horrible way, too. I think getting stabbed is way worse than getting shot, even though it's basically the same shit. But goddamn. They say you don't feel every bullet sometimes. You don't feel every bullet. Getting stabbed, I'm sure you feel every motherfucking inch of that motherfucking blade.
I got stabbed twice.
Yeah. And you've been shot, right?
No,
So, oh, you haven't? I thought you
no,
got shot.
uh-uh.
Huh. Anyway, but getting stabbed was pretty fucking bad, right?
Yeah, fucking hurt like a bastard. Plus, it felt like he fucking hit my bone too.
Oh, shit.
If I show you the scar on my leg, it's a miracle that he didn't hit my artery.
Yeah.
And the crazy part is I was beating him up.
And during that, he sneaked you and pulled out a knife?
Yeah. Well, while he was on the floor,
Yeah.
he started swinging his arm while he was in the floor. I just thought maybe he was just trying to fight back. And then I felt a sharp, like a pain. It went like right up my fucking body.
Yeah.
Like it just shot right up to my head.
Fuck.
And so when I looked down, I see the hole in the blood, and it's right there in my inner thigh. I thought he fucking hit me in my artery. You only have a few minutes to live if that happens.
Yeah.
So, you know, if it would have been anywhere else, I would have just backed up. And I had Chris Cologne with me, Frank Rock, Berger, and this other kid. They would have fucking mangled them with the chairs. They would have destroyed them. I told them not to jump in. I told them I wanted to fucking, you know, I wanted to beat him up myself because I knew if I got the first punch, I pretty much would have got the best of him. And I did. I made sure I got the first punch. And I told Berga because a friend of mine was there, and I didn't want him to get in the middle or anything. So I told Berga to grab him in a bear hug so he can't, try to break it up.
Yeah.
And so when I looked down and I saw, the blood in my inner thigh, I thought he hit me in the artery. So I said, "Let's go," so I can fucking wrap something around my leg.
So what? He just got off the. Yeah.
Otherwise, if he didn't hit me where I thought I could be dying right then and there, I would have just backed up and fucking sent the wolves in on him, and they would have fucking mangled him.
So you got hit, and then you noticed you were stabbed, I guess, or you felt it, and what
Yeah, well,
he got.
then I
Yeah,
looked down, I saw it.
and then he got up and ran away.
No, I just walked out.
Yeah, he didn't try to go after you and keep stabbing you.
No, no, because he was still fucking kind of hurt. You know,
Yeah,
he was dazed. He was just swinging wild. It wasn't.
he was just trying to get you off of him. Yeah,
Right, right. So then I wind up fucking sitting down with Blaze because he went to Blaze, and he said, "Yeah, he couldn't breathe. He thought you were gonna kill him." Um, blah blah blah.
you were
Asking
choking
me,
his ass, huh?
asking me to like not do anything in retaliation, and he said, "Oh, he's gonna move to Florida. He's not gonna go to any of the bars on Cross Bay Boulevard anymore. He's friends with the family for 30 years because his father's friends with Nicky Carrazzo and this guy named Joe Vincent." And so I said, "All right, he goes to Florida and don't show his face around anymore. I'll give him a pass." Because I always knew in the back of my mind, if he doesn't, if he winds up coming back and showing his face, then I don't have to fucking say anything. I can do whatever the fuck I want to him.
Yeah,
I didn't really want to give him a pass, but I didn't want to be on Nikki's bad side,
yeah,
because I know Blaze would have went and complained. I told him, you know, he's friends of the family, and he knows that his father's friends with you, and he still didn't want to give him a pass. But I should have went to JoJo first, but I didn't. And when I saw JoJo at the, I think it was New Year's party, he asked me, "Why did you come to me?" And I said, "I didn't want to bother you with that nonsense."
yeah.
And that was it.
The guy never came back around.
No, he came back. He came back around, but I was cooperating already.
Ah, otherwise it would have been open season on his ass.
Oh yeah, I would have put on a mask, walked into Glenn Patrick's because he always stood right there in the front in the corner, and blasted him.
Shit.
And the funny part is, right, is when I spotted him, I was on my way to the club, and I told Al what I was going to do, and Al says, "No, no guns, no knives." So I looked at that as like a challenge. I would think I'm a punk. I can't fucking do anything with my hands. So I told Chris Rock Berger, and I can't remember this other kid's name. I didn't know him. I told him, I said, don't jump in, you know, unless he's getting the best of me. And for Berger to grab my other friend in a bear hug. And
Yeah.
the one time I go to a fucking fight without a fucking weapon, I get fucking stabbed.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
That must have taught you a lesson, right?
At first, I was mad. He's like, "How the fuck could this guy get away with stabbing you with the guys I sent you with?" But I told
Yeah.
him, I said, no, I told him, let's go. You know, because in normal circumstances, once the guy stabbed me, they should have just started beating him with chairs.
Yeah.
But they probably would have. But I said, let's go. Because the guy that I didn't know, I don't know about. But Chris, Berger, and Frankie Rock, they're three stand up kids, so I wasn't worried about anything.
Yeah. So that motherfucker got a pass.
Yeah, he got a pass.
And what ended up happening to him?
Uh, I don't know. I don't know. He was a couple years older than me, bigger than me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a good fuck. I wish I can get my friend fucking Mike Brady to fucking come on the show. He'll tell you a fucking whole bunch of stories.
Shit.
Another night, there was this fucking kid. He was supposed to be a tough kid from Howard Beach. I don't know his name. And he was at the bar when I was at the bar with my friend Mike. And Mike started arguing with the friend, and then the other guy was supposed to be a half a wheel and a shooter or something like that. Had a problem with Cliffy, who used to drive Ronnie one arm around at one point. And
Uh-huh.
so he started getting involved in the argument, and I just fucking blasted him, and he was fucking knocked out. And he fucking got up, and they just left.
Did he give you a look before you left?
Nope.
No
He,
look?
he, he wobbled out the door.
Sometimes they give you the Maloikia before they walk out. Uh,
Yeah, you got to understand, too, is a lot of times, when you get into these bar fights, everybody's drinking.
yeah.
So, you get hit when you're drinking, it's worse than if you're not drinking.
Oh, yeah.
What?
No, for sure. Yeah.
You get knocked out easier.
And then that was it after that with that guy. He never.
Yeah, that was it after that. Nah, he probably asked around and said, all right, fuck it.
He was a juice head from Howard Beach. Big tough guy.
No, no, he was a regular guy. He
Oh,
wasn't, he was a little taller than me, but he wasn't like a muscle guy or nothing.
yeah.
But he was, I think he was a few years older than me. But yeah,
Yeah.
those were fun days.
Shit. Do you remember Gene Borello back in the day? Running around?
No, I never met you.
No?
Mm-mm. I
Ain't
think
never
he was.
seen Hootie?
I think he got locked up during the years that I was out.
Oh,
After I'd gotten out and I was hanging out back in the neighborhood.
yeah.
Hootie, I think I know Hootie since he's like fucking 10 years old. He doesn't mention me. That's why I don't. I rarely say it and mention him.
Yeah. So what, he was like a 10-year-old kid at the arcade and shit hanging out?
Yeah, exactly. And he actually did hang out in an arcade, but he was like maybe like 16.
Yeah. Pocket full of quarters for the games and shit?
Well, he actually worked at the arcade.
Oh, okay.
He used to take action for my friend Louis Tedisco. Was a good friend of mine. Louis Tedisco was a good guy. He was related to Angelo Magua, who was with Nicky Carrazzo.
Magua?
Yeah, Magua.
That's some name.
Yeah.
They don't sound Italian.
Well, he was Italian.
Sounds like Japanese. Magua.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. It could have been a nickname. I don't
Yeah.
know. You know. But yeah. I remember one night me and my friend, we fucking knocked out a guy in Cookies Lounge. Then we went to this other bar on fucking Metropolitan Avenue and knocked out a biker guy. We used to like, sometimes when you're just having a good time, you just feel like fighting, you know.
Yeah. There's some people out there like that. So what the biker guy do? He would just because he was a biker?
Uh, he had words with my friend. I don't even know what the fuck he said.
He's always gonna
Actually,
talk
actually,
shit.
actually,
Yeah.
he got knocked out from my friend. The guy in Cookies Lounge got knocked out from me.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, that's a couple stories.
That's a lot of stories. Thank you, brother. No, that's awesome. There's a lot of action-packed stories there.
All right, buddy. I'm gonna
Yeah.
sign off.
All right, brother.
Give
I
some
appreciate you.
give someone else time to talk.
Yeah. No, thank you for everything. These were
All
awesome
right.
stories tonight.
Just want to say good night to everybody in the chat. Appreciate you guys, and thanks, Smoke. I'll talk to
Thank
you.
you, Howie.
All right.
All right, folks. Have it. Now that's mob content for your ass. That ain't no Wikipedia, boy. Ain't no capping that shit, boy. It's the real life deals, man. So I hope you guys learned a lesson. Be polite. Otherwise, you might get stabbed. And you don't want to get stabbed. Getting stabbed is horrible. As you heard, it's pretty gruesome. It's messy. All right. So just be kinder out there to people. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully, you guys took that lesson away from this. That's real mob content right there. Right up your ass. Do you understand? No, Buick's not backstage. He's probably sailing the seven seas right now. On a 3 hour tour. Shouts to Tony Buick. The biker was Santini and he was riding a 10. Oh, that shit. I understand why he got his ass kicked now. Now I understand. Actually, he was doing a public service. Those bicycle advocates are no good. Destroying New York City. Now we're about to have Mahmoudi as fucking governor. I mean, mayor. Yeah, we got to get Howie in here at least once a week. But damn, he gave us enough stories for at least 3 months, man. That was nonstop murder and mayhem. Holy Toledo. Buick is like an over talkative pirate. You just been kidnapped, me love. You bloody wench. And now we're going to get our booty. Booty or bounty? I think they called it booty. They were sailing the seven seas calling gold and treasure booty. Anyway, we did good numbers tonight. Over 80 people consistently in the chat tonight. Well, watch it. Yeah. No, Howie delivered some great mob stories tonight for your ass. That was like a nonstop marathon of murder and mayhem. Damn. A lot of motherfuckers out there getting stabbed and shot, motherfuckers. Y'all better learn how to say hello and be respectful. That was interesting, wasn't it? Holy shit. Santini was in the bar telling everyone to vote for Michael Dukakis and Ross Perot fucking in 92. I think Buick is really a serial killer always on the run. Nah, I think he's with Mossad. He's part of the Mossad. The whole supporting Russia and Tehran shit is a ruse. I think he's with Mossad. Or MI6. Could be with MI6. Doing espionage for the Queen. I mean, the King. God save the King. And God bless the Queen. Do you think my scars on my face look ugly? I told Taton they look neat. Um, no, you good. I don't really notice them. I didn't really notice them. But if you got one like down, like straight down the side of the cheek, that's some gangster shit, you know? It's not a bad look. Yeah, Frankie was on a roll tonight. Frankie boy, Smoke will be heavily featured on the Netflix Tony Buick serial killer documentary. And then, for Tony's final victim, he flew to America and met up with a modest YouTuber with a modest YouTube channel. He killed him that day with a hammer and some rope. I don't know. That joke took a twisted turn. You know who you need on is Andrew DiDonato. He tells some good stories about Nikki Carrazza. That'd be nice. I don't know if he'll come around here, you know? Maybe he's not into Tupac Shakur bullshit. King Von YouTube shorts and shit, you know? Doesn't hurt to ask, you know? His last conversation was with the podcast host, The Don. Gunsmoke The Don was killed by a YouTuber named Tony Buick. I give this show a 9 out of 10 because there's always room for more negativity. My man. Your faith in the negativity here is very positive. And I appreciate your positivity in light of the negativity, gay uncle. You know what else is negative, gay uncle? Getting stabbed. That's fucking that's negative. How about that, huh? How about that? A little dose of reality for your ass. Think this show's negative? Why don't you try out a fucking switchblade? Enter in your chest cavity. That'll wake your ass up to some reality, boy. But yeah. You know, before you do it, you got to say something, you know, like Mr. Tagliucci says to hold this for him, you know, Carlito's way when they got, what's his name, Sean Penn? Mr. Tagliucci says to hold this. That was good. You can't just stab somebody, not, you know, at least give them a little message. You're like, you know, I don't know. When you, it's like pulling a drive-by. You got to roll down the window. Say, yo, what's up now, partner? What's up now, partner? And just, you know, that's what you got to do, you know. Takes the fun out of it almost. You're gonna pull a drive-by. At least yell out the window, say something, you know. Suck on this or something, you know. I don't know. That's a good one. Why don't you suck on this? And unload on his ass. Pull. You see the Bigfoot reel I sent you? I think I seen that. You call me positive? What the fuck did I ever do to you? You're right. I'm sorry. I take it back. I didn't mean to offend you. I thought I was giving you a compliment. I'm gonna shove Bigfoot up somebody's ass. No, that was a dig. All right, I'm sorry. I took a dig. I took a dig. Did I not drop the link for somebody? Jesus Christ. Dwayne boy. Yeah, Howie's great. Unfortunately, very little negativity. How could you say that? We just gave you almost 3 hours of fucking murder and mayhem. There was no glitz and glamour there. I didn't hear about the big fancy Cadillacs with the shiny rims and the fucking wads full of cash and the fancy shindigs, you know? They're making a guy kick up 10 grand at Christmas, extorting the guy. He's gotta negotiate his Christmas gift to the boss. He's got to negotiate his Christmas gift. Not Howie, just the guy he was talking about. Poor guy. Doesn't even get invited to a fucking Christmas shindig, probably. Where's the glitz and glamour, man? At least Christmas time, he's fucking Scarfo. You know, he spent the whole year murdering and killing and shit. Street tax, shooting up restaurants and shit, cowboy style. Shooting motherfuckers on the boardwalk in Wildwood and shit. But at Christmas time, he threw a little shindig for everybody. Lobster, shrimp. I'm sure the fucking best penny alla vodka you ever had. Like Brett had. Shouts to Brett. Sure, you had good breadsticks over there, you know. At least Scarfo knew how to have a fucking party, you know. Cutty Sark and champagne as far as the eye could see. Chucky Merlino dancing on the dance floor, getting pissed drunk. Scarfo getting mad. Crazy Phil sitting there with that fucking stupid look on his face. At least Scarfo knew how to throw a fucking party. They want to make fun of the Philly mob. They got guys kicking up 10 grand at Christmas time, doesn't even get invited to a catering hall in fucking Astoria or some shit for a little fucking shindig, you know? Maybe get a live music band. Who the fuck knows? Damn. Nightmare's been shot at a few times and cut and jumped twice. Stuff like that, but never stabbed. Or never shot. I'm big, but they still missed. Uh-oh. God damn it, Jane. I know exactly what that video is now. God damn it, Jane. Dwayne boy. But first, coffee. I guess nobody's grabbing a link, huh? Fuck me, huh? Yeah. Trick or treat, motherfucker. Oh, Taton, my man Taton. God bless you, Taton. Keeping those memberships alive. Sunflower Dragon. All right. Sunflower Dragon. Is Australia getting their defenses prepared for Tony Buick's return home? I think the United Nations just bumped their fucking defense spending up to 5%, like Trump told them to. He might sound like an asshole, but he knows what he's talking about. They didn't like the way he told it to them a few years ago, but they were like, you know what? Trump's right. We should up our defense spending over here instead of relying on the Americans. Oh, it's a different one? A different bestiality? No, bless you, Tatone. Bless you. Thank you, sir. I didn't want to see Leon taking a pee-pee. Oh, great. That's content. What an asshole. So I guess a dog taking a piss, that's real content. That's kicking people's teeth in, huh? What an asshole. Anyway, fuck. We just hit the 3 hour mark. And nobody's grabbing the link. Shouts to Bella. Shouts to the anonymous people. Thank you very much. Very nice of you. I appreciate you. That's wonderful. Thank God. Thank God. I'm sure it does, especially in the hot fucking summer sun now. No AC. Smells like rotten piss in that car. Rotten. Yeah. Once that car gets ran into the ground, they're just gonna have to scrap it. You can't sell that. You can't fix that car up and sell it. You'll never get the piss smell out. You have to change the whole interior, the carpet in the seats. You got to change everything. And for that car, it's not worth it. You just scrap it. Just fucking scrap it. Oh, I'm sure it's unbearable. Yeah, snot and boogers and earwax all over the seats. Piss, drips of piss. Wet dog smell. That dog hasn't been washed. You think that dog gets a wash? So a little bit of shampoo, pampered care. No, dog's living like a fucking dire wolf out there, fucking in the wilderness. When it rains, it smells like wet dog. Then he gets in the car, smelling like wet dog. Oh, the crack smell too. That crack smell gets into the vents. You never get that smell out. Have to condemn that car. Oh, the trailer. Ugh. I don't want to think about it, DL. Wet dog, jizz, shit, and cigarette. Oh, the cigarette smell. It's another thing you can't get out. Lowers the value of the car too when you try to resell it. It's got that cigarette smell. Can't get it out. You can get a car wash. It ain't gonna help. Motherfucker who don't smoke, they stick their head in. They smell it right away. Oh, smoker's car. Smoker's car. Yeah. Fucking smoker's car, asshole. So that devalues it. So it ain't worth shit. The dog is cleaner than the owner. You got a good point there, Nightmare. They say a dog's mouth is cleaner than a human's mouth, and a dog licks its own asshole. So go figure that one out. Quack, quack, boy. What's up there, quack, quack? Fuck me. I'm gonna drop a link again. This is the third time. They denied Jesus 3 times. Pizza's name on the title lowers the value to all year. lower than salvage, and that's pretty low. They don't even want the scrap metal. They don't even want that hunk of junk on their lot. Get it out of here. We don't care what you do. It's one of those trucks you just gotta roll into the pond or the river or the lake. No, put it in a fucking lake. Just let it roll into a lake. Forget about it. What an asshole, huh? Driving around the country aimlessly. He should have been a trucker. He likes to drive around the country aimlessly. You might as well fucking get paid to do it. Go ahead and be a trucker or something, Doing the same shit anyway. Same lifestyle. But he's a fucking lunatic, so fuck him. The junkyard won't even crush it. Casperosa, Casperosa, Casperosa. Did someone say my name? Have I been summoned? Dwayne, get up there and show us your pile of duck carcasses. Yeah, how many innocent little ducklings did you kill today, Dwayne? He's on the show the other night. If you don't mind, I have to go. I have to kill this innocent little duck if it steps one fucking step closer. All right, well. Yeah, Schumacher was a truck driver. Yeah, one of the best. Shouts to Schumacher, man. I hope he's all right. They're saying he passed away. One of the best truckers this country's ever seen. He was dedicated. And, yeah, he loved trucking. And that's one of the fucking lifelines of this country. One of the fucking backbones of this country. The American trucking industry. Without that, you got nothing. Nothing gets delivered. Nothing gets transported. You got nothing. Nothing. So God bless Schumacher. Nightmare's phone's about to die. Peace out. All right. Later, Nightmare. Shouts to the West Coast. The real motherfuckers. It was an awesome show. You got to thank Howie. No, Howie really delivered some awesome stories tonight. Action packed. The Teamsters were important for the mob. Oh yeah. Oh for sure. That goddamn Jimmy Hoffa. Come on, join the Teamsters. Get your pension ripped off by the mafia. Come on. Put down that box right now and join the Teamsters. Fucking Jimmy Hoffa out there fucking protesting and rioting and shit. You saw the movie. Yeah, they shut his ass up. He thought he was going to tell the mob what the fuck they were going to do with the union. They already got Fitzsimmons in there. They don't want you in there, Jack. Was his name Jack? No, they called him Jimmy. Jimmy Hoffa. Yeah. He didn't want to let it go. Fucking Jimmy. To this day, it's an unsolved crime. They never found Jimmy Hoffa. Nobody gives a fuck about that, huh? Nobody's doing shows about that. Why don't you try to do something positive? Get out there. Give us some real journalism. Get to the bottom finally. Fucking 50 years later. What happened to Jimmy Hoffa on the 50th anniversary this July? Coming up in a few days, it's going to be July. At the end of July is when Jimmy Hoffa got kidnapped outside of the Red Fox restaurant, some shitty parking lot somewhere in Detroit along motherfucking Miracle Mile and shit. And they never found his ass. He had an adopted Irish son, set him up, put him in the back seat of the car, drove him to the destination where he was going to get whacked. And the kid says, "Oh, he was never in my car. I don't know. Why is there blood stains and fucking hair follicles in the back seat of the car that match Jimmy Hoffa? At least the hair follicles. I had a fish back there. I went fishing. Oh, yeah? You had a fish in the back seat? What's that, a Sicilian message somebody left you? Jimmy sleeps with the fishes? Sicilian message, fish in the back seat? Hair follicles in the trunk from Jimmy Hoffa? Asshole had a full head of hair at fucking 50-something years old? He got away with it anyway. That asshole got to ride off into the sunset, knowing what happened to Jimmy Hoffa. And the world will never know now. All the players involved are gone. Nothing but speculation. And these goddamn so-called journalists out there getting to the bottom of nothing. Rather just talk about Dom Sicali bullshit. Get out there and solve Hoffa's murder, you son of a bitch. Justice for Jimmy Hoffa. All right, let me see what the chat's saying. Casman knows what happened to Jimmy Hoffa? Yeah, I'm sure he does. There's one guy that would know. It would be Casman. They could shut the country down and move heroin with them trucks. Who, the truckers? Or the Teamsters? Oh, hold on. We got a special treat from down under.
Boy,
Hello!
look, stop that. I'm not Tony Buick. Fucking don't do that.
You're right.
Hey,
I should, yeah. You know,
it was
right.
it was a great show. Look what I got off the back of a truck.
What was that, a refrigerator?
That's a refrigerator off the back of a truck. Look at
Looks
that.
nice. Wow, look at that.
Look, it fell off.
Stainless steel.
It fell off. Look.
It fell off.
Yeah,
Did you
well, it's off
drop
the
it?
back. Someone did. It's look. You know how many oysters that cost?
A pretty penny.
Yeah, a lot of oysters. What's it on? It's on a bit of an angle. So it's on a bit of an angle?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you got to fix the door hinges?
I got to do nothing. It's all good.
Oh, you sure?
It's off the back of the truck. Smoke. It's off the back of the truck.
Yeah, but if the door don't close right, then you're not going to keep the food fresh. It's not going to work. It's going to overheat.
It's cleaning. It's cleaning. No. It's all good. It's going to work. Look, she doesn't want me to do this, but I'll stand behind her. That's the mother of my kids. I've got the mother of my kids here. Can you see her?
I see a foot.
Yeah, this is Huck. Her crew name was Huck. Okay? Huck. There she is. Can you see her? That's the mother of my kid.
Nice.
No, what did you say? What did you say then?
You said Hawk.
What did you say? You motherfucker.
You said Hawk.
Can you see her? That's the mother of my kids. I can't even fucking see the screen. There she is. She's hiding. She doesn't like. She said to me, "Who's that creep?" And I said, "No, that's Chris. That's Crispy. He's a good guy."
I've never been called Crispy before. That's
your new Beach Ghetto nickname. You can't make your own nickname up. All right, Crispy?
No,
You got to be given one.
I live long enough to be called Crispy.
Yeah, your official Beach Ghetto name will be Crispy. Look at my new fridge.
Yo, Crispy. Oh, I like the name, actually. I do like the name.
Crispy, mate. It's a good name, all right?
Oh, it is. It is, actually.
I'm going to ask...
Yeah.
I'm going to ask the mother of my kids one question, and she's just... this is off the rack, all right?
Yeah.
Mother of my kids, what did we do when the undercover police followed us round? She's not answering. She's scared. She's stoned. Huh? She's not going. No, she's not going to answer. She's stoned off her head. Bad luck. Sorry about that. Would you like to say hello? Just say hello to Crispy. No. Okay, no, she's too stoned. Fuck
I
it.
think she's upset about the refrigerator and the
Oh,
broken
no.
door.
No, well, I mean, it's off the back of a truck. What do you fucking expect there,
Well,
You're swabbing it. I'm swabbing them for oysters, The next thing I want's a huge TV. Huge TV. And anyway, it was a great show tonight, Crispy.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
It was a great show.
I like that. These fucking stories are awesome.
Yeah, they are. They're the best stories. Anyway, that's our sunset. It's sunset.
It's sunset over there.
Yeah, it's sunset time.
It's fucking nighttime over here.
Okay, well, I'll jump down. Okay, I'll let you go.
Son of a bitch.
And, huh?
Yeah.
I don't know. I just wanted to show you my fridge.
Yeah. No, it's a nice fridge.
Off the back of a truck,
Yeah, congratulations.
Can you just answer one question? She's telling me to go away. Okay.
Allahu Akbar.
Yeah, okay, so
all right.
She's telling me to fuck off, so I better
go away.
She's not a connoisseur like I am of your show, okay?
Well, she's got, good taste then. She doesn't like this show. Yeah.
Well, I love this show.
Oh, thank you,
I love this show, brother. Okay.
No, we love you too. Thank you, Dwayne.
I'm going to jump down now. Yeah. I'm sorry to bug you. I just wanted to show the fridge.
No, it's awesome. I'm happy you got a new fridge. It looks nice, stainless steel.
Off the back of the truck, mate. Back of the truck.
That's right, boy. That's the only way to get one.
It really is. Take care, mate. That was a great show.
No, thank you, brother. God bless Dwayne. He's always here showing support. God bless him. Must be nice to have a fucking refrigerator off the back of a truck. He's waiting for it to get dark so he can move the body. That's right. She wasn't moving, was she? It's probably not even his house. He doesn't even know that woman. Oh, the sun's going to be up in a few hours over there? Must be nice, huh? We got about another hour and a half. No, two and a half hours. Fucking Eastern Standard Time, motherfuckers. So you come from a land down under. You get a refrigerator off a fucking truck. I guess it fell off the truck. The door's broken. He's got to fix that. If the door don't shut right, the refrigerator ain't gonna work right. The sensor's gonna burn out. It's not gonna, properly cool your food. It's not gonna refrigerate properly. Gotta make sure those doors close. Stolen or no stolen, yeah. Sure, having a big screen stolen TV is much more satisfactory than buying it outright, I guess you take more pride in ownership when you steal it, I guess. I don't know. The chloroform was wearing off. Where am I? You want to speak to Gunsmoke? No. Where am I? If you ever go to someone's house and they have a fridge in the middle of the living room, excuse yourself and get the fuck out of there. You're not staying for dinner. Where are you going? It's like fucking, what's that shit called? Texas Chainsaw Massacre when they're having the dinner with the weirdo family. Fucking weirdos. Not saying Dwayne's a weirdo. No, shouts to Dwayne. We love you, Dwayne. We're not comparing you to that, but we're just coming up with scenarios here. Funny little stupid scenarios, all right? That's all. We're not accusing you of being a serial killer. Fuck me, huh? Maybe I'll just sit here in silence. Maybe that's what I should do. It's been a 3-hour show. Maybe I should shut it down. Maybe she is the dinner. I didn't consider that. It's a sick world out there, Mickey. Could be possible. That poor woman. Fucking fava beans. Are you going to change the channel name to Crispy the Don? Wow, that's a nice name. That's a great name. Crispy chicken. Crispy dollars. Crispy dollars is a nice name too. Fried chicken is good when it's crispy. She's duck bait. Thank you, Dwayne. Yeah, crispy. Crispy's bidet reviews. Wow. Crispies. You can do a lot with that fucking name. Crispy the Don. Reinvent ourselves. Maybe that'll be my TikTok name. Yeah, and the new generation, they like stupid names like that, you know? I could reinvent myself on fucking TikTok when it becomes an American-owned company. I already got a lot of content ready to just wait. All the shit, all the YouTube shorts I done, just fucking re-upload them on there. No baggage. Nobody fucking knows me from the fucking years ago when I was with these shitheads. And, I don't have to deal with shit. Maybe get some fucking views around here. Nobody fucking not, hate watching or whatever. Cocksuckers. Get this stench off of me from this fucking shit. Reinvent myself on a communist Chinese Communist Party fucking propaganda fucking app. You get some damn views too. Crispy pot pie. Now that sounds good. Fried chicken pot pie, crispy. Crispy critters late night. This all sounds good, man. A lot of shit you can do with that name. Crispy critters. Yeah. Yeah. I like that. Remember that shit, creepy crawlers back in the day? Creepy crawlers. Now we got crispy critters. Tony Pizza's a creepy crawler. Pizza's backseat is nice and crispy from dry piss in the hot sun. Ugh. You can call your followers crisps. Yo, what you claiming, cuh? Yo, this Crisp Live. Crisp, yo. We Crips out here. We crisping, yo. Let me see you crisp dance. Now we gotta call them something else. The Crisp Krispies. The Crisp Krispies? No? You fucking crispy boy. Oh, wow. DL. That was a good one. Kevin Wu could be called Rice Krispie. Fuck. We might have to do this, guys. Yeah. The Krispies. Crispy the Don. Crispy. The deep fryer. Nah. Crispy the Don. Yeah. What's that, cake? We're gonna bake a fucking cake? We're gonna have a party? Any good? Bye-bye, dickhead. See you in Attica, dick. Crispy pot pie. So good. Yeah. Deep fried, battered, fucking crispy creams. Yeah. The Krispy Kremes. Kevin Wu's Rice Krispie. Krispy Kreme because you're shaped like a donut. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. You gotta sign off by telling everyone to stay crispy. Damn, man. There's so many things you could do with this shit. Fuck, this is great. Somebody's gonna steal it from me. Stay crispy, y'all. Damn. That's like that 1090 Jake bullshit. Hey, what's up, man? It's 1090 Jake, and I'm rocking with y'all, and y'all rocking with me. And for this video, y'all, I could just be like, yo, stay crispy, y'all. Y'all stay crispy. Damn. I like that. We got to try to make that a thing, you know? We got to work on that. We got to get used to that. We need some fucking changes, huh? I've been trying to come up with a new name. Build a new life somewhere else in this YouTube stratosphere. Or this social media entertainment bullshit. The Crispy Cartel, motherfucker. You guys are clever, man. You guys are real clever. No, the cake that you picked up that John ate, like, oh, the Cookie Puss. Crispy Puss. Crispy Cookie Puss. You gonna eat that crispy cookie puss, boy. The Crispy Cartel. It's got a ring to it. The Crispy Cartel and Crispy the Don. Up. We got another surprise for you folks. It's not over yet. MashaAllah, alhamdulillah. Thank you, Allah. Look at this. Oh, no, you're not boarding one of those little planes, are you?
Godsmoke, my lad. Me lad.
Hey.
How are you?
How are you?
I was shocked to see. I only just woke up off the boat, and I was shocked to see you still on. I was watching earlier. Geez, that Howie. I take my hat off. He's got a few good stories, mate.
That was
I tell you what.
Huh? Yeah.
He can hold a conversation on his own. When I see him on, I don't dare go on. You got to let him do his thing, and he needs no interruptions. That's for sure. I'll take my hat off to him. I was interested to see his stories about wearing the wire and that. Tell you what, it's the right thing to do. If they're going to stick you up, no friends are going to be around when they're trying to, every man's for himself when it comes to those things. But anyway, Yeah, here's. Can you see anything?
I see a fucking boat that's shaped like an airplane. I thought it was an airplane.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm heading back. I'm watching all the fellas there. Anyway, I'll let you go. I just thought I'd just put 2 minutes in before you say goodnight.
You just got here. I want to see the day laborers.
Yeah, but it's 3. It must be. It's 3 in the afternoon here, so it's got to be 3 in the morning there.
Yeah, so what?
Man,
It's Friday.
It's been a long night. Hey, I missed the last, say, hour because I was asleep on the boat. And I was shocked to see you're on. And I saw a couple of comments. Hey, Dwayne, get on and give us some stories, son. Give us some stories like Mr. Howie. We want to hear a few things about you, a few details.
I want to hear it.
We don't want to know you're just a duck strangler. We want to hear. We want to hear a few other things. I know.
Duck strangler, boy.
Hey, Dwayne, let me know one thing. Do you wear a condom when you go with those ducks or what?
I doubt it. You duck fucker.
But I tell you what, he had a nice bud yesterday. He was holding it up to the camera. It looked as solid as a club, a club that you beat, a copper's club. That's how solid it was. Fucking beautiful stuff there, Dwayne. I tell you what, makes me want to go back 30 years when I used to smoke the stuff.
Yeah.
Tell you what. Yeah, but anyway, I had my share. But anyway, I'm looking for something to take me back to my hotel. Now it's either a tricycle or a private taxi. Let me have a look, see what I can rustle up. But anyway, I'll let you go. Go smoke and you good people there. How are you? Good? Hey, you know what that is? That's a lady boy. A man trying to look like a lady. Hey, you're guapa. Super guapa. What's your name? Ken? Kenny? Ah, God bless you. God bless you. Hey, Dwayne, I just found the most beautiful woman you can spend the rest of your life with. His name is Ken. Did you hear what he said? Ken.
What did he say? Ken?
Ken.
My name's Ken.
He said, hey, you heard it. Oh, yeah, you heard it. Hang on, let me walk away. So I said, what's your name? He said, Ken. So, pretty lady boy. All right, guys, I'll let you know.
Yeah, let us know how it went.
Yeah, I might quickly go catch up and spend the night with Ken. How's that sound? I'll let you know the result tomorrow, day after. See you, boys.
Right. Well, have fun,
yeah,
Tony.
kick me off. I can't see the. Yeah, switch me off. Good on you.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Lord. Poor Tony Buick. Trapped in a third world shithole, surrounded by ladyboys. What could go wrong? I guess what happens in Bangkok stays in Bangkok. They don't call it Bangkok for nothing. Fat Bold Italian boy. Yeah. What up, Fat Bold Italian boy? In America, we say grab them by the pussy. I guess over there, Tony's got to grab him by the cock. Tony has as much luck with lady boys as he does with the ladies. You picked up on that, huh? That motherfucker wasn't having it. Motherfucker, Ken rolled his eyes and everything. Forgot that he was dressed up like a woman. The B in the LGBT is for Buick. Those who know BDO. When I went to Philippines, especially when you go out and drink, you really have to do the Mario test, because if you don't, you'll go home with a dude. And then your vacation is fucked, dude. That'll be a life-changing event on your fucking vacation. That'll be a vacation you never forget. Ken said, just because I got a cock don't mean I ain't got standards. Wow. Basically. And Ken said that with one eye roll. Just the rolling of the eyes was enough said, you know. What happens in Bangkok gets banged in Bangkok. That's the saying. That's right. You're right, Mickey. That's right. Buick's been trying to get in his pants the entire boat ride. Come on, honey. Do you mind if I bugger you a little bit? Kenny had a chub, but it went down during the interview. Are you staring at my ass? Is that what you want? What's the matter? Am I talking too much? Damn. Poor Tony Buick, man. That was special. Let's see what's in the news, huh? Any propaganda? Oh, the future mayor of New York, Mahmoud Zoran Makhmandi, has a rap video that he performed praising Hamas, and they played it on CNN during an interview with him, and he says that's not nice. I didn't think this would be on CNN. It was not music to his ears. Jeff Bezos and Lauren Sanchez are married. Whoop-de-doo. A gunman who murdered a college student in a random shooting outside a bar learns his fate. Let's see what he got. The crazed Texas gunman was sentenced to 60 years in prison for randomly shooting a Texas Christian University student 3 times, including once in the back of the head, as the victim's father slammed the killer's dark and ugly soul. In New York, they give you a medal for that. And no bail. And no jail time. But in Texas, seems like they still got some justice about themselves. And they rightfully gave this asshole 60 years. Let's see. I'm looking for something to talk about. Jesus save me. I'm looking. No. This is fucked up. Deranged ex-politician admits to murdering his wife near their son's grave on the 20th anniversary of his death. Holy shit. That's one screwed up family. I'm looking. All right, maybe it's time to get out of here. Might as well bring back Kenny and Buick. That would have been interesting, yeah. I would have liked to see his interviewing skills. What's your name? How does it feel to live in a third world country and eat this garbage? Really scraps, really? Why do you dress up like a woman? Do you have some sort of mental disease? Buick does a good on the street segment. Yeah, he does. No, he's good with that. He's good at interviewing strangers in the street. You know, he has no qualms about shoving a fucking microphone or a camera directly into their fucking face and invade their space, you know? Start picking at their food and shit. He has no qualms. So he's definitely perfect for on the beat, in the field fucking interviews. We should make him do this more often. Next, they'll be interviewing Filipino gang members out there somewhere. These are the Bloods of Sandro Payo Street. Whatever the fuck. That'd be cool. Some new content for your ass. On the street with Tony Buick. I'm here live right now with a transgender. Ken is interviewing Buick with her microphone. Should I speak into the microphone closer? Can you hear me? Yeah, he's like my Channel 7 news reporter. Now we go live to Tony Buick on the beat in the Philippines. How goes it, Tony? Yes, Gunsmoke. We're here live with a transgender. Later, Tatone. Thank you for everything, brother. I appreciate your support always. Thank you, Tatone. He just propositions random people. I love it. The nerve on him, you know. They're enjoying their meal, minding their business, and here he comes with his camera phone. What's that you're eating there? It looks like shit. Are you enjoying that? We're here live at the sex change clinic. Although they don't have many freedoms, it's okay to have your pecker chopped off. And the government will sanction it. Would you like to shag in my place? I'm looking for a tricycle home. Poor guy. Yep. Definitely not visiting that fucking shithole country. Anyway, I shouldn't have said that. I'm sure it's not a shithole everywhere, you know. But definitely not on my list. No. He definitely frequents the Philippines. What up, Bong Funk? Bong Funk boy. Yeah, no, he's at home there. That's his home. He's living an exotic lifestyle in the Philippines. Must be nice to travel and see the world, huh? What else? Fuck. Dwayne boy. Can I choke you while we screw? It's gonna cut off your air circulation a little bit, honey. Ken looked like she remembered him from a previous account. Not this guy again. It's me. She's like, oh no, this motherfucker. Always trying to haggle him. I'll give you 5 pesos this time. Come on. Damn. Nah, man. We gotta send Tony Buick to like Greece or something. Santorini. Maybe let him go see Rome or something. That'd be nice. Tony Buick visits Rome. That'd be cool. This is where Nero took a shit. In a simple hole in the ground. They didn't have toilets back then. Yeah. Motherfucking indoor plumbing, boy. Fuck. Yeah. Tony Buick goes to Aruba. Tony's currently at the store looking for 2 condoms. They only got sheepskin out there. It leaves a rash. Did you ever find that condom in your ass? Did you ever find that condom inside? Sick fucks. When you're living in a slum, he could be appealing. Most glamorous broad on the block. She gave what? She gave homie the new customer special last time, and he wants the same price again. Tony's getting real crispy with a lady boy. Crispy boy. There he is. 1 condom for her and 1 for me. Oh, he's even using the proper pronouns, you see? He's got respect. Using the proper pronoun, boy. Calling it a girl, boy. Identifying as they, them, he, she, boy. 1 condom using, boy. That is gold, man. Thank you, Tony Buick. No, that was gold. That was fucking YouTube gold right there. I don't think that's ever happened on anybody's show yet. They brought a transformer on the show and asked him a question. One day he will be outside your house, but on another show and live. Oh no. Angel, I'm here outside Gunbrook's house. Looks dilapidated. Looks like shit over here. Tony, do you like your women circumcised or all natural? Tony Buick's going viral one day, for sure. This guy should have been at least on Jay Leno or some shit. Yeah, we need you back, Tony. His problem is as soon as he comes on, he wants to leave. Like he's got something better to do. Like we can't go along on his travels, you know? Secret Mossad operations. That transformer was probably a spy for the fucking Iranians or something. That's why he goes around asking people questions to see if they're loyal to the regime or if they're free world thinkers. He gives them little hints to see if they'll get offended, like, you know, calling them third world and minorities and, you know, shit like that. Angel doesn't understand Buick's brilliance. Well, I do. I recognize the brilliance in Tony Buick, and I appreciate him coming on here and sharing that with us. It's always a good time when Tony Buick grabs that link and shows us his exotic lifestyle. Lets you take a peek into his exotic world filled with transformers and mangoes from a street cart and eel fucking wrapped into a fucking sesame seed bun. This is a family channel. I repeat, I respect Tony Buick. This is a family channel. Yeah. That part, Howie. Y'all remember that part right there. Crispy the Dom. With the Crispy Cartel. This is Crisp Life, baby. Yeah. The Crispy Immortals. Krispy Kreme pies. Yeah. Krispy Kreme pies. It's got a ring to it. Crispy. Crispy. I like the name. No homes. What? No homes barred with Buick? No holds barred. Oh, yeah, we got a little peek today for sure. Yeah, peekaboo. Yeah, he's playing peekaboo right now. Fucking back at his third world hotel. Probably the best mattress that fucking Ken has ever seen in that shit motel. Edwin sees Tony as a son and Ken as a son-in-law. I think of Ken as a son-in-law, even with the wig and makeup and high heels. The ladyboy stands at a urinal. Tony sits in the cubicle. So who's a real man? Tony's standing next to that girl at the urinal. Jesus. He is with Kenny at a Toys R Us in Queens. What the fuck? Edwin would give them a double hand job. Jesus Christ. You guys are fucking nuts. Edwin would give them a double hand job. Sorry that lost track of the chat. You're better off, Buick. You're better off losing track of this chat right now. Tony's looking for a cock ring to propose. One that vibrates and lights up. That's fucking hilarious. This guy's fucking gold, man. No, I understand his brilliance. That's why I appreciate him grabbing that link, sharing it with the world. Only on this channel will you see will his greatness be appreciated. I don't think he's appreciated over there. He'll find out the hard way. He'll have to learn, but he'll come to his senses and realize, he's welcome over here. He's appreciated over here. No wonder he's, oh, Jesus. You have a point there, gay unk. No one said anything, Buick, not even I like. Swear. Swear. Fuck. That shit was too funny, man. I almost don't want to leave. I just want to keep seeing your comments. I don't want him to live that down right now. I'm enjoying these comments right now. Drop the mic, highlight. Buick's a man of the world. He is, isn't he? He's a son of God. He's a son of the world. The world is his oyster. He travels the 7 seas. And he's always in a good fucking mood. He's like those Popeye cartoons back in the day, I think Popeye was grouchy, though. I think Popeye had a bad attitude. He doesn't have a bad attitude. He's a happy sailor. Oh, he's real happy right now. Yeah, he's real happy. Happy sailor boy. Traveling the world, fornicating boy. Well, we're not going to judge. No judgments. Buick, for our entertainment, take Ken to your hotel room. Be a team player. Come on, Tony. I'll make sure Kenny sings karaoke on my mic real soon. Nice. Tell him to sing those old 80s hits. Yeah. Take on me, take on me, take me on. He's a danger to Australian and Panay relations. Oh, for sure. He might start a war between those nations. Maybe that's why he was sent there, to wreak havoc in the Philippine community on behalf of the Australian government. MI6. Who knows? Maybe even Mossad. He's there to stop a Muslim uprising against the ladyboys of Panay. If you're on the boat with Ken, maybe you can sword fight in the bathroom. Oh! Sword fighting with chopsticks? Boy. Ken's going to be giving it to Tony, and those sunglasses won't even move 1 millimeter off of his fucking face. Those sunglasses are surgically attached to his fucking earlobes. Now we know what Buick does when he only shows the wall in the hotel room. That's a good point. I always wondered what was happening behind that screen. Now we know. This guy's doing shows over here, copping blowjobs from ladyboys behind the screen. You believe this shit? We don't even know what's going on. He don't even have a little grunt. He doesn't even go, ugh. Nothing. Not even a, ugh. He's used to it. He's been doing this for 30 years. Traveling the world, copping blowjobs in third world countries. That's some kinky shit. I don't know. Maybe I got to get out there and see the world and cop some blowjobs myself. Not the type of he's getting, but you know. Yeah. Let me stop by in Cambodia. So, yeah. Let me get some New Guinea pow pow pussy. She's using Buick's razor to shave her legs and her face. Got to be fresh before you hook up, you know? Buick's a good sport. No, yeah, that's why we love Buick, man. He's a good sport. We're just breaking his balls. He knows it's not personal. He knows we just break balls. I'm glad he's got a good sense of humor. He's a nice guy. He's a gentleman. He's a gentleman. Philippines is known for glory holes. They probably invented it. We don't know who's pitching or who's catching. You don't want to find out. Shit. Who's bigger, Tony? Don't send me the link. Gee, I wonder what he's doing. Now we're breaking Ken's balls too. I'm groaning right now. She's holding my mic. Excuse me. She's holding my mic and singing. Oh boy. Ken was definitely a power bottom. Tony says, I'm pitching, she's catching cack. To put it bluntly. Boy, did this show take a fucking turn, huh? we went from mob content to I don't even know how to describe this. Extracurricular sexual adventures. I don't know. Took a weird turn. And those assholes at that fucking mechanic shop, they just subscribed to my channel today. So now they're going to fucking hear this shit. They still didn't get that fucking part after 2.5 weeks of me waiting. And they're probably listening to this shit right now like, what the fuck just happened? You never know what you're going to get with this show. You never know. That's the beauty. That's the magic of this channel. You never know what you're going to get when you click live. I had a morbidly obese paraplegic urinate on my show as he consistently chugged the Miller High Lifes. And he did it nonchalantly. Like, this was a normal thing to do, filling up jugs of piss and placing them on your kitchen counter. But, you got to roll with the cards that life deals you, Can't complain. Got to play the cards you've been dealt. Life hands you lemonades, you make piss. I mean, not lemonades. Life hands you lemons, you make piss. You drink lemonade, you get piss. So, that's, yeah. Oh, boy. We got to step it up for July. We got to have a good July. I don't want nobody disappearing on me. I'm on vacation till fucking end of September, Gunsmoke. See you later. I'll hit you up in November randomly. I'm going to have a whole nother summer. Hey, Gunsmoke, nobody's here because they're on vacation, man. Yeah. Excuses. I don't want to hear it. Fucking piss boy. I changing my voicemail to Ken's voice talking to Buick. No. That's all I heard. No. What are we going to do when Buick goes back to Australia? I don't even want to think about it. Hopefully he's on like a year tour. We got to send him to Africa too. Send him to, I don't know, Kenya or something. Let him go on safari. He'll piss off the rest of the people in that poor little truck. Look at the zebra right there. No, look. That motherfucker. Yeah. This is definitely an anti-Gotti show with the addition of Kenny. Feels that way, doesn't it? Very anti-Gotti. We need him in the TGA. What the fuck is the TGA? Toga? We'll call Australian Ice on him to send him back to the Philippines. That's where Buick belongs, in the Philippines. We got to do whatever we can. It's too good. No, I look forward to when he grabs the link, It's a bright spot of my day. I get to see a third world shithole live in action. I got to quit work now to spend a day writing Tony Buick jokes. Well, you'll be doing God's work, gay uncle. I think you should. I think that's your calling, man. You found your calling. Don't let it pass you by, gay uncle. Seize the moment. You don't get second chances in life. Do what needs to be done, gay uncle. This chat needs you. It's a Therapeutic Goods Association. Is that what they're calling it now? Hook it up with Kenny's a Therapeutic Good Association. I guess you could call it that. In Thailand, we could play a game called Spot the Tranny. What is that, a drinking game? But yeah, I'm sorry about that fat old Italian, anti-Gotti. I know you've been blocked over there for, what is it now, 57 days? Are we going on like 60-something days now? Something like that. Yeah, but we got to make sure Buick cannot go back to Australia. We can't just have Tony Buick sitting at home, He needs to be out and about, harassing the public, the international public, harassing people internationally. Visiting their culture and then shoving a phone in their face like they're on a fucking National Geographic. Look at this one! Seems to be some sort of peasant working the cash register. That's what they do here. They work for a meager salary. Tell us how much you make. 3 pesos a week, which is a pitiful disgrace. And yes, they do understand English. She understands me quite well. Well, there goes your monetization if he grabs the link now. I told you, itty bitty, it could have been you getting the Tony Buick goodness of life. And now it's going to Ken. Damn it, Nita, baby. Today marks 61 days that he's blocked on Angel's show. Fuck. I'm sorry, man. I feel like it's my fault. And I'm sorry. Thank you for not holding it against me. You're not missing much anyway. What are you going to do in there anyway, huh? Talk to assholes who left this chat, left me high and dry, left me dead? While they go over there and kiss her ass when they were fucking talking shit about her for 2.5 years? Can we get Silo to block Buicks from Angel's chat? Yeah, we got to get him out of there. She thinks she's going to sabotage me and get him to fucking not come around here no more. We're going to do a triple cross and get him to stop going over there. Because I care so much about where he goes. We traded one Tony for another. I guess so. Uncle Edwin knows my value. I think of another fat bald Italian as a son. And he's bald like MRE, who I also think of a neo-Nazi son. Angel thought another fat Italian was you fat-shaming her. Huh. Is that a fucking remark against me? Block him. Block him now. These people are crazy. Buick would love a shot at Kimbo's slice too. Man, come on, you bloody. I don't know what he'd say, but it wouldn't be politically correct. Just send all the fat people to angels like Iranian missiles. Yeah, we're gonna flood your chat with fat chat bots. How does he know I'm bald down here, down there? What? Shaving your balls, boy. What else we got here? A New Jersey Popeyes employee shoots at a car, strikes the driver in the head as revenge for a parking lot beatdown. Let's see. This sounds crispy. His lawyers are arguing he was ambushed and acted in self-defense. Christian Ruiz, 18 years old, a cashier and prep cook at the chicken joint, was supposedly jumped by a group of 6 people in the parking lot of a Mays Landing Popeyes on June 9th. He's having a bad summer so far. The fast food worker suffered injuries to his face, head, and neck. Oh, he looks like an asshole. He looks like that dickhead in Apocalypto. He's got the same haircut and face and everything. He's working at fucking Popeyes, huh? As the crew made their getaway, Ruiz allegedly fired on the car and struck the driver in the head. The driver was taken to a regional medical center where he was treated for his head wound. Ruiz also sought medical attention for his injuries, but was arrested on June 10th. So if somebody stomps a mud hole out of your ass with his friends and they run away, you can't shoot at them. In New Jersey, you have to take the ass kicking and let them get away with it. In Texas or Florida, he would have been well within his rights to blow the guy's fucking head off as they tried to run away. Had to be in his ass. The group allegedly rolled up on the Popeyes employee just after 11 p.m., after the restaurant had closed, to enact a revenge beatdown for a supposedly messed up car. Oh, this guy's committing vandalism, huh? Fucking Popeyes boy. I bet he got fired too now. He was released from prison on Tuesday and will remain free pending a trial. His fellow Popeyes employees were shocked to hear of the explosive incident, telling lawyers for the 18-year-old that he was a model employee who had never missed a shift and had a job waiting for him when his court case was settled. Oh, Popeyes don't give a shit. Oh, nice. So he popped a cap in somebody's ass. And when he comes home, he can go back to Popeyes. Anyway, it looks like my chat died and went to shit. I want to thank George Costanza, DL, Doc Stone, Betty Gizzo, Bella, and the anonymous person for the support tonight. All right, folks. We'll be live tomorrow night. Stay tuned. I want to thank Howie for coming on the show. Fucking excellent fucking content tonight from Howie. Thank you, Howie. Those are some crazy stories there, man. A lot of mayhem. Shouts to Howie. We did good numbers tonight. And I want to thank Tony Buick and Dwayne for coming on the show. And yeah, let's see what you guys are saying. Stay crispy, y'all. Thank you, Dwayne. Shouts to Mickey. Thank you, Mickey. Mickey Griggs, boy. Dwayne's being served dinner by the mother of his sixth child. Shouts to Bonk Funk. Yeah, fat old Italian boy. DL boy. Nobody else, huh? That's it? Motherfucker. Shouts to Becky. Need a baby. It was a very crispy show. Yes, it was. Got a little crispy there. Very crispy. Crispier than we would have liked. Crispy boy. All right, guys. Well, the weekend is upon us. Rejoice and stay tuned in. Make sure you guys watch the show tomorrow night. Goddamn it! Oh yeah, shouts to Kenny too, and wherever the hell that is over there on the other side of the planet. Shouts to Buick and Kenny having a nice, fun time there. They probably ordered room service, and they're all shacked up right now, having a good time. In that fucking sweat box. All right, guys. Y'all stay crispy now. Until next time. Peace.